Good evening, Council. We're going to call our special council meeting to order for Wednesday, April the 8th, 2026 at 6:15 p.m. Second item is our declaration for community interest. Any member have a declaration this evening? Seeing none, move on. Third is approval of agenda. We have a motion to read the agenda. The special council meeting of April the 8th, 2026 be approved as presented. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilor Waters. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Council, the next item is a motion to move into in-camera. We have two items this evening. The motion reads that in accordance with the Town of Penetanguishene Procedural Bylaw 2023-50, the Council of the Town of Penetanguishene move into an in-camera session to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And again, there's two items. One's regarding memo from the Director of Human Resources regarding succession plan talent pool program, multi-year staffing. And the second regarding the CEO ad hoc committee, CEO annual performance evaluation update. I'll look for a mover for this, please. Moved by Councillor Rush, seconded by Councillor Waters. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that's carried. We'll move into closed session, Council. All right, council, we're going to come back from our special council. Welcome, everyone. We had a 6:15 meeting. We're just going to close that. Thank you for joining us this evening. All right, council, I have a motion that we rise from a closed session. The motion reads that the council of the town of Pansangasheen rise from an in-camera session with a report that's regarding two items. The first item is regarding a memo from the Director of Human Resources regarding our succession plan, talent pool program, multi-year staffing. The second one is regarding a memo from the CO regarding the CO ad hoc committee annual performance evaluation update. I'm going to look for a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Roos, seconded by Councillor Marshall. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. And council, we're going to look for a motion to adjourn at 6:40 p.m. Moved by Councillor Marshall, seconded by Councillor Veta-Bonker. All in favor? And we stand adjourned. We'll be back at 7 o'clock for the regular council meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to our council meeting. I'm going to call our meeting to order at 7 p.m. on Wednesday, April 8, 2026. Thanks for being with us tonight. If you are here for the Town Dock Secondary Plan and Master Plan Official Plan Amendment, that's a public meeting we're having this evening. It's item 10A on the agenda. At that point, the agenda will invite you to the podium. So if you're here to address us for that matter, you'll have an opportunity to address council at that time. If you're here regarding 25 Jeffrey Street and 19 Harriet Street regarding a zoning amendment, that's a public meeting as well. That's 10B on our agenda. We'll invite you to the podium and you can address council at that time as well. 10C on our agenda is a public meeting regarding 79 Wozniak. It's regarding removal of a holding provision. That's a public meeting as well. We'll invite you to the podium if you wish to address council. If you're here for any other matter and you'd like to address council for anything, I'll have you make your way over to Madam Clerk and register. Early in the agenda this evening, we'll invite anyone to the podium to address council about anything that's important to you. So if it's not one of those public meetings I just identified, I'll get you registered with Madam Clerk. You can address council. Sarah, would you be able to play our public service announcement, please?
Hello and welcome to this evening's council meeting. For those of you who may require a washroom, there are public washrooms outside the council chambers entrance to your right. We also kindly ask that cell phones are turned off or put on silent during the meeting. Town Hall is protected by a single source fire alarm. Should the fire alarm be activated, please exit chambers calmly using the rear or side door and make your way down the stairs to the parking lot nearest the church. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial 911. The address of Town Hall is 10 Robert Street West, Penetanguishene. We also have public access defibrillator outside of the main council chambers. Bonjour et bienvenue à la réunion du conseil municipal de ce soir. Pour celles et ceux qui auraient besoin d'aller aux toilettes, les toilettes sont situées à l'extérieur de l'entrée de la salle, à la droite. Nous vous prions également d'éteindre vos téléphones cellulaires ou de les mettre en mode silencieux pendant la réunion. L'hôtel de ville est protégé par un système d'incendie. Si l'alarme se déclenche, veuillez quitter la salle calmement par la porte arrière ou latérale et descendre les escaliers jusqu'au stationnement le plus proche de l'église. En cas d'urgence médicale, veuillez composer le 911. L'adresse de l'hôtel de ville est le 10 rue Robert-Ouest à Penetanguishene. Un défibrillateur est également disponible à l'extérieur des portes de la salle du conseil.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to move on. Council, next items are our Penetanguishene land acknowledgement. Penetanguishene respectfully acknowledges that we are on the traditional treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people and their ancestors, now known as the Williams Treaties First Nations territory. This includes the Chippewa Tri-Council comprised of Bosley First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation, Alderville, Curve Lake, Hiawatha, and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. Also its home of the Huron-Wendat and more recently the historic settlement of the Métis, Penetanguishene is now home to many Indigenous peoples. Penetanguishene is proud of its Indigenous name, and more importantly, that for thousands of years it has been and will continue to be an important homeland and gathering place for Indigenous people. We recognize that we are the stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters, and are responsible to ensure that our Mother the Earth is here for future generations. Councillor Marchand, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Penetanguishene reconnaît avec respect que nous sommes situés sur le territoire traditionnel et de la traité du peuple Anishinaabeg et de ses enceintes, maintenant connu sous le nom du territoire des Premières Nations visé par les traités Williams. Il s'agit du conseil tripartite des Chippewas composé de la Première Nation de Beausoleil, de la Première Nation de Rama, de la Première Nation de Georgina Island, de la Première Nation d'Alderville, de la Première Nation de Curve Lake et de la Première Nation de Hiawatha et de la Première Nation de Mississauga de Scugog Island. De plus, Penetanguishene était jadis le lieu de résidence des Hurons-Wendat et plus récemment d'un établissement Métis historique. La ville héberge aujourd'hui de nombreux peuples autochtones. Penetanguishene est fière de son nom autochtone et le de plus important du fait que pendant des milliards d'années, elle était et continue d'être un important territoire et lieu de rassemblement des peuples autochtones. Nous reconnaissons que nous sommes les intendants et gardiennes de cette terre et de ses eaux et que nous sommes responsables de la veiller à ceux qui notre mère, la terre, soit présentée pour des générations à venir.
Thank you, Councillor Marcia. Again, welcome everyone. We appreciate you taking time to be with us tonight. Again, there's a couple opportunities to address council tonight, but we appreciate having you here with us this evening. Council, I'm going to ask you to rise. And Councillor Vedabonker, if you can guide us in the council commitment, please.
Thank you, Worship. We are grateful for the many gifts which have been bestowed on Penetanguishene and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy. May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. We ask that all in attendance and those that could not be here assist us in promoting good government. May our decisions as members of council be enlightened, and may we all be strengthened in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. May we be granted the wisdom, knowledge, will, and understanding to preserve the good fortune of the town for the benefit of all and to make good laws and wise decisions. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you, Councillor Vedabonker. Councillor Drush, please.
Nous sommes reconnaissants des nombreuses grâces accordées à Penetanguishene et à ses citoyens, dont la liberté, les possibilités et la paix dont nous jouissons. Que nous soyons des intendants dignes de tout ce que nous a été confié. Nous demandons que toutes les personnes présentes et celles qui n'ont pas pu se présenter nous aident à promouvoir une bonne gouvernance. Que nos décisions à titre de membres du Conseil soient éclairées et que nous soyons tous renforcés à prendre conscience de nos devoirs et responsabilités. Que l'on nous accorde la sagesse, les connaissances, la volonté, la compréhension qui nous permettront de préserver la bonne fortune de la ville au bénéfice de tous, ainsi que de faire de bonnes lois et prendre de sages décisions. Merci de votre présence.
Thank you, Councillor Drush. Council, we're going to move on to our next item is approval of the agenda. I have a motion that reads the agenda of the regular council meeting for April the 8th, 2026 be approved as presented. It's moved by Councillor Roux, seconded by Councillor Marcia. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Council, does anybody have a declaration of pecuniary interest tonight? Seeing none, we'll move on to number 7 is our open forum. Open forum is an opportunity for members of the public to address council about any matters that's important to you. Again, I mentioned at the start of the meeting, we have 3 public meetings this evening. One's regarding the Town Dock Secondary Plan, that's 10A. 10B is regarding 25 Jeffrey Street and 19 Harriet Street. 10C is regarding the holding provision for 79 Wozniak. I'll call you up during that time for a public meeting for those matters. So that's the appropriate time to address council for those matters. Open forum is an opportunity for you to address council about anything that's important to you. The floor is yours. I ask you to register with Madam Clerk before. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. We don't want two-way dialogue and debate with our staff. We ask you to address council with your matters. Madam Clerk, has anyone registered for open forum this evening?
Thank you, Your Worship. So far, we have 4 members of the public registered for open forum. The first is Tim Ingram, who would be discussing 1500 Sandy Bay Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And again, if anybody wants to speak other than the 4, make your way to Madam Clerk. You can register while Tim's addressing council. The floor is yours, sir. Yeah, 2 minutes will be your time when you get to the podium. And again, if you can keep your comments directed to council, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for having me here and allowing me to speak. I feel a little badly when I come here because last time it was the problem of selling swampland as building sites. We know how expensive homes are to build, and we know that if you put a house, houses are so expensive to build, the foundation is the most important thing. A swampland, you can Google it, swampland foundations are a terrible risk. And we don't want any innocent people buying a piece of swamp as a building site. Now, Lot 1 building site threatens the wells of 3 neighbors. They are worried. Mr. Rakes, Ontario land surveyor, has resurveyed Lot 1 into 3 extremely expensive parcels of swampland to sell to the neighbors for $525,000 in total, with the town's permission. This is a breach of public trust under Ontario Regulation 1026 of the Survey Act by the town. It is also a protection racket. Extort $525,000 to make threats to 3 wells go away. This town has no right or wrong. This archive may go missing. Trump has no library either. Now, I still have a few minutes here. I don't feel good about criticizing other people. That's not my normal course of behavior anywhere, but I feel we have no choice. October 7th?
Sir, that's your 2 minutes. Thank you for addressing council this evening.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, fine.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
That's fine. That's your decision.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next up is Paul Wilson, who will be discussing 1500 Sandy Bay as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. The floor is yours. And again, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council, and members of the public in attendance. I've come to the conclusion that the process that was applied to the severance application and the rezoning application at 1500 Sandy Bay Road is fundamentally flawed. And the reason for that being, in a nutshell, the severance application went in, there was a certain zoning that was attached to the remaining properties. The severance application went in, and then subsequent to that, there's a request for rezoning, to rezone it as a wetland. So that causes a big problem. The original environmental study, and in particular, the septic feasibility plan shows, which I have here, as part of the environmental study, shows all the septic beds located directly adjacent to the property lines. If the zoning application is accepted, those property lines will now be the border of the wetland. So what we have in essence is septic beds, 3 of them, that are located directly adjacent to the property lines, which is not acceptable. Under the Ontario Building Code, a raised bed septic, which is required here because of the wet soil conditions, needs to be 18 meters from a wetland. So if those septic beds were moved in 18 meters from that rear property line, they're going to be located centrally on the lot. And that means that the other items which are necessary to build there to make it a suitable lot for development, which are a foundation, a driveway, a well, and the septic tank and bed, they're not going to fit. This is a very significant issue. And because all of those items, well, in particular, the well, the septic tank, and the bed, they all require setbacks. So the whole complexion of this proposed for development changes when the zoning changes. So what my recommendation to council is that they revisit this and see if these lots will be suitable for development. Because if they're not, and then the severance is approved, some unsuspecting buyer comes along, purchases the lot, starts spending money doing a septic feasibility study themselves, an updated one because of the requirements of the being adjacent to the wetland, and then starts to realize that, oh no, I can't put a well there where it's located here because it's not going to have the correct setback from the septic. And all of a sudden, the prospective hapless buyer realizes I've got a piece of property that I can't develop. And so why did the town in February 2026 approve this? Why didn't they do their due diligence and realize that those lots with the prospective development, they're not going to work. They won't fit.
That's your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I would like council to revisit that.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Next up is Martin Prost, who will be speaking regarding the same item.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Prost. The floor is yours. You'll have 2 minutes as well.
Yes, I'm on the same topic as Paul Wilson, obviously, and I am following up on what he already said, so I won't repeat the points that he made. But my particular concern is that once the town rezones this adjacent property as wetlands, then there is very clearly a requirement for a buffer zone. In the regulation under the Conservation Act, Conservation Authority Regulation number 4124 requires a minimum of a 30-meter buffer. And we're now being told that Jamie Robinson suggested that it's not feasible, therefore it doesn't have to be done. Well, it does. And the answer should be that, as Mr. Wilson said, we have to revisit the application itself because I think council is heading down a blind alley. And it's a question of when you put on the brakes. And surely it's better now than later because this is going to come up. Also, the issue of the hydrogeological study is going to come up. There is a suggestion that that's not normally used in asking for in defining wetland boundaries, but it's very clear that that is very important. It's one of the key factors, or two of the key factors are a hydrology study determining that and determining the soils. We don't have a determination of the soils. I don't see how we can really even define the wetland boundaries, but they're going to be defined as being right adjacent to the developed lots and no buffer zone and no real protection of the wetlands. And I think what council is being asked to do is kick the can down the road and let somebody deal with it later. But it's really, with all respect, it's a council responsibility and better dealt with now than later, and or even at the worst, wait for a court injunction.
Thank you, Mr. Prost. That's your 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next up is Brenda McDonald, who's going to be speaking in regards to 106 Robert Street West.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome. And again, the floor is yours. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Brenda McDonald, and I live on Center Street in Penetang. I actually did a write-up I was going to read. I timed myself 2 minutes and everything, but I talked to somebody this afternoon who explained some of the language that I didn't understand. So I have confidence that council will make the right decision on 106 Robert with the information that you have. That's all I got to say for now.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Patrick Towns is next for 1500 Sandy Bay Road.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, the floor is yours and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Patrick Towns. I'm the agent for Peter Rakes, who worked on the file for 1500 Sandy Bay Road. Just want to reiterate for council that the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is actually to implement and expand the environmental protection mapping on the property itself. That was a condition as a result of the consent application, and which was approved by the committee of adjustment and vetted through council at some point in time as well before the formal zoning bylaw amendment application was forwarded. So the ability to develop on each lot was demonstrated through the consent application. The owner is now just demonstrating and working through the conditions that have to be fulfilled, which includes the implementation of the expanding EP zone. We prepared a response, and town staff have also reviewed with their experts in terms of the environmental experts and our experts, Azimuth, that there are no issues. There's going to be no impacts to the surrounding wetlands based on the information that's been provided. There's no buffers required based on the mitigation measures provided. And all in all, it represents good land use planning with the studies that have been prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's no one else registered for open forum. Thank you.
Thank you. If anybody second chance wants to address council, have you go to Madam Clerk and register. Sarah, is anyone online that wishes to speak to council this evening?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have no one online this evening.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, thank you for participating in our open forum this evening. We appreciate hearing public comments about everything that's important to you. So thank you for participating in that section. Council, we're going to move on to the next item, a statement from members. It's an opportunity for council to share with you the work that they're doing on your behalf. Councillor Roux, please.
Thank you, Worship. A very quiet month this past month. March the 12th, I attended the museum board meeting. April 7th, the agenda review with our CS director and the deputy mayor. And this evening, I attended the viewing of our new fire pumper.
That's your time.
Timer went off.
Thanks, Councillor Roux. Councillor Marchand.
I won't need the timer. Thank you, though, Your Worship. Certainly a quiet month, I would have to say, for me as well, but been doing some work with the SSCA as an executive member of that committee, really looking to formalize KPIs, deliverables, and working on our budget for 2027 as we approach our next meeting. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Councillor Vadebunker.
Thank you, Worship. I chaired a committee of adjustment meeting on March 23rd, where we considered one minor variance application. As my colleagues have said, it was a very quiet month. I did want to take the opportunity, Your Worship, just to recognize Ron Marshaldon. And looking around the audience here, many people might remember Ron. He was the former director of recreation with the town of Penetanguishene. I had the distinct pleasure of working with Ron for 6 years until he retired in 2001. Ron was a great guy, a real community-minded individual. He's going to be sorely missed. He was one of a kind, and when I heard the news that he'd passed away earlier this week, I was really saddened. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that, and Ron, rest in peace.
Thank you, Councillor Vadebunker. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. As everybody has said, it was a very quiet month, and that's a good thing. Our weather has not cooperated. Budget's going down, but we're working. We had an airport commission meeting about a week and a half ago. Nice to see that we survived the winter out there. Everything's going well. It's looking like a busy season coming. The other thing that I attended was our library facility meeting. And for those members of council that hasn't had a chance to go down and see our big reno in our lower level, it is now up to snuff and ready to go for people to come. I happened to stop there today on my way through town. I think there was a 9 or 10 member group downstairs using the facilities already, so that's good to see. And if you get a chance, stop in and have a look.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Durosh, please.
Thank you very much. I attended a Midland Penetanguishene Transit Committee meeting or last month. I don't remember the date. And I also attended a public information center on March 25th, and it was regarding our tree planting strategy and a tree planting priority map. So it was quite interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Durosh. Councillor Waters, please.
Everybody was right. It was a pretty slow month. I did have the planning and development and finance and corporate services, and I'm fortunate that our two ladies on council here do the bulk of the work, pretty much all of the work. I just sort of sit around and listen to them. So I did want to thank them for all the hard work that they do. Other than that, I had quite a number of one-on-one meetings with people, and the other thing was also with Ron Marshall, I had quite a few people come in. I've had a lot of people know that Ron used to come in and talk to me quite a bit, and I've heard a lot of stories about him this week. So that was it.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. CO Lees, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple things, just from a fire and emergency services perspective, we were pleased as a municipality to welcome our new Director of Fire and Emergency Services, Fire Chief Jamie McNeil. So Jamie's sitting to my right. Jamie joined us March 16th, so he's on week number 4, and certainly getting acquainted with everything going on at the town of Penetanguishene. He was blessed to be able to arrive about 4 weeks prior to our new Pumper 711 truck. He suggested to me that that's as a direct result of him starting. No, I'm just kidding. But we were pleased to be able to welcome that truck that was ordered actually about 24 months ago. Several operational and safety enhancements to that vehicle, and not a cheap piece of equipment, but a much needed piece of equipment from a fire services perspective. March 25th, it was noted we had our tree planting strategy public information center. We do still have the opportunity for the members of the community to provide feedback with respect to the community mapping component of that project, and that's open until the end of day this coming Friday. And then last but not least, our North Simcoe Municipal Clerks Group hosted in conjunction with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing a training session last night for potential candidates as it relates to the upcoming municipal and education election this coming October. There's another virtual one on April 21st at 6:00 p.m. Your Worship, thanks for that opportunity.
Thank you, CO Lees, and thank you, Council. I heard everyone say it was quiet, but I don't know if you, I found it was a busier month personally. Wasn't many events, but seemed like emails and calls and correspondence seemed to be a little higher. A couple events. The Legion does phenomenal work in our community. They invited me to their Legion literacy poster presentation, which was phenomenal. They had 103 students in the community participate in the Remembrance Day remembrance celebration with poster presentations. 103 youth participated. I believe 7 youth moved on to zones from Penetanguishene. So they did a luncheon, a celebration, awards. Like it was so well done. So hats off to Legion for work that they did in that. Last week, the Girl Guides in Penetanguishene invited me for their launch of their cookie campaign. And they wanted me to buy a box, and a box ended up being a case of cookies. And I'm proud to say the case is no longer with us. So we supported that. I want to highlight, they didn't make it to this week. I want to highlight, Council, something that we've reported here for the last couple of years. So, for the last 3 years now, the CEO and I have done our Main Street walkabouts, and we shared with you the learnings we've learned from our business walkabouts in the community. One of the things we heard from our business community over the last couple of years is the number of thefts that's occurring and safety concerns for our businesses in the community. And that's something we've been hearing for the last couple of years. We've worked with staff, and staff really quarterbacked having a meeting with some business leaders in our community in the chamber this week. Really great dialogue that happened. And those that were there were really appreciative for the opportunity and really starting with the brainstorming, how can we really move this forward? So hats off to everyone that did that. Nicole Hilton is our economic development officer who works with the County Simcoe, partnering with the town. She did a phenomenal job. Emily Dermott Simpson, Owen Taylor, and Jeff Lees was part of that. So a lot of work was done really coordinating, making it happen. So Jeff, thanks to everyone that really coordinated. That was a great event. A lot of appreciation and applause for that. And I know there's more to come. We'll also be hosting a business breakfast in a couple weeks. And we're looking for more work and collaborating with our business community. I also did some work, Council. You'll see on the committee the whole agenda tonight, a motion regarding our payment in lieu of taxes. We've talked about that as a council. We've delegated about that, but staff have done a lot of work on that as well. And you'll hear more about that later on tonight. So just a few more things to share. Council, let's move on to the next item. The next item is proclamations. We have one this evening. It's proclamation regarding Community Living Month for May of 2026. Any comments or questions before I read the motion? Okay, that the following proclamation be approved is presented regarding the community living for May 2026. It's moved by Councillor DeRush, seconded by Councillor Waters. Further comment or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Okay, Council, we're going to move into our public meeting. Again, for members of the public, there'll be 3 public meetings, so we'll call you up at the appropriate time to address Council for the matter. So the first one we're going to discuss is regarding the Town Dock Secondary Plan and Master Plan. This is a public meeting under the Planning Act to consider an application to amend the Town of Penetanguishene zoning bylaw 2022-17 to Council. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide an opportunity for the public to make comments. The purpose of the public meeting is not to engage in a debate regarding the merits of the application, nor is it intended to be a question and answer session to the public. This is your opportunity to speak, and we encourage you to do so. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision on this application to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or the public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Town of Penetanguishene before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. The person or public body also may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. Andrea, I'm going to ask you to introduce the application, confirm notification, and can you please note if any correspondence has been received?
Very much, Your Worship, members of council and the public. I would just clarify that this is actually an application for an official plan amendment. I note that your comment sheet is wrong there. So just to clarify, it is an application for an official plan amendment, not a zoning bylaw amendment. And this was initiated by the Town of Penetanguishene. It is addressing 3 properties at the Town Dock whole. It is the paved parking lot as well as the unpaved parking lot that is owned by the Town of Penetanguishene, as well as 2 privately owned properties, the Dock Launch and the vacant lands just south of the boat launch, also privately owned. So that is the land subject to the official plan amendment. So for tonight's meeting, I can confirm that notice was given on March 18th in accordance with the Planning Act and the town's alternate notice policies. We've had this conversation for a number of years with respect to adopting a new master plan and secondary plan for the Town Dock. Tonight's meeting is to consider the official plan amendment, which would then make that a functional document in the town's official plan. So with notice tonight, I can confirm that we did receive comments from Enbridge that I believe is part of your notice or your agenda package later on, and comments came in late this afternoon from the County of Simcoe that I have not yet been able to provide to council, but will be reported on with the next report and circulated to members of council. Online tonight as well, we have David Sajecki from Sajecki Planning Consultants, who is going to go over a brief overview of the official plan amendment with the the secondary plan and master plan as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Betty, and thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council and members of the public. If you can bear with me for just one moment, I'll try to share my screen and pull up the presentation. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Great. As mentioned, my name is David Sajecki from Sajecki Planning, and we are the lead consultant on the Town Dock Secondary Plan and Master Plan, and very much looking forward to the opportunity to address you tonight. Turn to the next slide. I'll just do a quick run through on the presentation contents. I'll speak to the process for the project to date. I'll be speaking to the revised master plan, as well as the revised secondary plan. I'll run through what are the next steps in terms of following adoption of the official plan amendment, and that would run through to the end of the presentation. So just in terms of project process, the first thing I'd like to speak to is why is a secondary plan being completed? An investment is required in the near future. It was identified in the 2019 to 2023 Community Strategic Plan as an area of particular importance and requiring further study. It remains a priority in the 20-year community-based strategic plan. An investment is required in the near future, and prior to this investment, the town needs to identify potential opportunities that exist to create a long-term plan for the town dock. What we are hoping that the secondary plan will achieve is to lay the foundations for an exceptional town dock and waterfront for all seasons, a town dock that celebrates the town's history and culture, fosters linkages to parkland and the downtown, and enhances continued public access. In terms of the vision for the town dock, we've adopted 7 design directions. These include connected and accessible, open, welcoming and inviting, flexible and adaptable, that it will reflect the heritage and culture of Penetanguishene, that it be sustainable, and that it look to maximize economic potential. So the vision for the town dock is that it'll be an active and vibrant destination that reflects Penetanguishene's heritage and culture. It will serve as a centralized public space that is safe and inclusive, with spectacular views of the water that can be enjoyed and accessed year-round. Its connection to downtown will be enhanced through opportunities that support the local community and economy. This slide identifies the project schedule, which includes the original secondary plan and master plan project that started back in November 2020. As part of the process, we have worked closely with town staff, a technical advisory committee, and the general public in developing a vision and master plan options for the town dock. The original secondary plan and master plan, including the recommended plan, supporting policies, and process summary, were presented at a public open house and statutory public meeting back in September 2022. After this meeting, Council directed the creation of a new technical advisory committee to guide the project relaunch. The technical advisory committee met for the first time in February of 2024. Since that time, there have been, I believe, 10 or 11 TAC meetings, 2 of which were focused on a parking strategy that was prepared for the town by Lee Consulting, and 3 meetings to discuss how the master plan should be refined within the context of these findings. A refined master plan and secondary plan were the subject of an additional public meeting back on October 8th of last year, where comments and questions from the public were received. In addition to that, public consultation has taken place in the form of a public survey, which was completed in October and November, as well as engagement with the town's various advisory committees, including the Trails Committee, Wellbeing and Accessibility Committee, Museum and Heritage Committee, and the Economic Advisory Committee. The master plan and secondary plan presented today represents the revised master plan and secondary plan, which is in response to the comments received to date. So just moving into the revised master plan. On this slide, this shows the study area. So that's the area that is indicated by the red hatched line. Ms. Betty mentioned that the properties that are subject to the amendment include the town dock, the dock launch, the boat launch, as well as the vacant land south of the boat launch. There are several buildings within the study area. So those include the Tourist Information Center, the pavilion, the dock launch, and boat launch kiosk, together with the paved and unpaved parking areas, the boat launch, the boat slips, and moorings for the Georgian Queen and the Georgian Legacy. This image indicates the revised and refined master plan. So this is as of March 2026. One of the items that I want to highlight is that in the existing area, there is a area that's dedicated to parking, both paved and unpaved, of approximately 16,000 meters squared. That remains the same amount of area that is set aside for parking in this plan. The detailed design of the parking lot and circulation are typically beyond the details of a master plan, but it is expected that this area will be able to accommodate at least 200 parking spaces, which is consistent with the number of parking spaces that are included in the area today. Just zooming in a bit more to the plan, looking at the area in green, and so that's the area highlighted by 1, that's a new public plaza within the northern portion of the site. Within this public plaza, there's an area, I'm hoping you can see my cursor, identified by the number 2. That is a waterfront kiosk that is proposed. And that would be an area that could serve refreshments such as coffee and other drinks, as well as for seasonal activities for rental equipment. The Tourist Information Center has been relocated closer to the Main Street, Beck Boulevard, and Wolf Street, the future intersection. The area identified in 4 and 5 includes a potentially relocated dock lunch, as well as an area for public amenities. And above that, there would be an elevated viewing deck. There's space in area 7 for the cruise boat shuttle drop-off, loading space for the restaurant. There is access to the cruise boats for vehicles that would be able to access it along this paved area adjacent to the water. All buildings are identified to be set back a minimum of 15 meters from the water. The boat launch is located in the same area as exists today, and the area identified by 9 and 10 is the area identified for parking, with 10 being an area for flexible parking that can also accommodate event space. Number 13 as well, that's an area that's been identified for a potential canoe and kayak launch. And I'll go into a bit more detail as it as well too, but this plan also normalizes the new intersection where Beck Boulevard, Wolf Street, and Main Street intersect, and that would provide a 4-way intersection that would permit access into the parking. So the key changes that between this plan and the previous version of the plan, the uses on the waterfront remain as originally proposed, including flexible parking designed for pop-up events. The existing area for dedicated to parking has increased significantly since the previous version and is proposed to be maintained in the same layout with parking counts to be determined through future detailed design, but we expect it to be able to accommodate the same number of parking spaces. A cultural heritage assessment has been identified to be required to inform the future design of buildings on site, as well as a signage and wayfinding strategy. I mentioned that there'll be more clearly defined entry and exit points for different users, including passenger vehicles, trailers, service trucks, as well as pedestrians. The alignment of the boat ramp in one of the exits has been optimized to allow for smooth maneuvering and opportunities for dedicated staging areas. And I mentioned as well too, there'll be a new 4-way intersection at Main Street and Wolf Street to improve traffic management. So the focus of the project relaunch has largely been on the final master plan that I just presented. However, the secondary plan has been updated as well in terms of the policies and the schedules to reflect the changes that have occurred within the master plan. Consistent with the original secondary plan, it's anticipated that the revitalization of the town dock will occur over several years. Phase 1, which is illustrated here on the left, remains focused on low-cost and temporary interventions to understand the opportunities and community interest. And that includes what is identified as a 4x4 challenge that I'll speak to in more detail in a minute. The dock lunch remains in the same location in Phase 1 and is envisioned to be integrated as part of the public amenities in Phase 2 to make way for more flexible parking. But the Phase 2 plan does also work with the dock lunch remaining in its present location. I'll turn to the next slide. So this is what I was referring to in terms of the 4x4 challenge. That is recommended as part of the development strategy around the plan, and that is to introduce over a period of 4 years more activities within the town dock, a minimum of 4 events. And that includes introducing a marquee event each season, starting with 1 event in year 1 and increasing those annually. As part of that, we want to look at how we experiment with different seasonally relevant activities and providing weatherproofing strategies, and including at least 4 reasons for each event to draw in participants. So those can include anything from sightseeing to cultural expression to social activities, as well as to engaging with social media. Ms. Betty mentioned earlier that this is with respect to an official plan amendment to provide an amendment to the town's official plan, but there are a series of several implementation tools that would occur as next steps. So those include the zoning bylaw amendment, the detailed design of the public open space in the parking lot, the cultural heritage assessment, a communications and branding strategy, a wayfinding strategy, a parking management plan, and then both an economic development strategy and a municipal capital development strategy as well. In terms of the immediate next steps, that would be in spring of this year, moving the plan forward for adoption and county approval. So with that, concludes the presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This is now an opportunity for anyone in the public that wishes to address and ask any clarifying questions. So I'm going to ask if you have any questions regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application. Make your way to the podium. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I'm Paul Sauvé. I've been boating on a trailer at the town dock for probably 40 years. At the present time, there's two docks. One, when it's busy time to launch boats, one side is used to launch, the other side is used to haul out. And at the time of day where the traffic changes, so does the haul in, haul out dock changes. That was brought on by our harbor master, DeCourcy, the last couple of years, and it's a very effective way to do it. Looking at what I saw from the official plan here, I don't see two docks. I see one, and I see a bottleneck happening.
Okay. Paul, do you have any other questions? Or the only question about
No, that's it. I didn't know if I was going to get an answer or just make a statement.
We'll catalog the questions now.
Yeah.
We'll see if the applicant wants to respond at the end, or we'll ask Ms. Betty if she'll include it in a future report. Thank you.
Yeah, guarantee it's going to cause you problems with one dock.
Okay, thank you. And any other, anyone else wish to address this matter? Yep. I just have you state your name and address for the record, please.
Brenda, and I'm on Wolf Street.
If you mind making your full name and your full address, please.
Brenda Heyer, 26 Wolf Street. So I'm stoked that the canoe and kayak launches made it onto the plan, but just looking at the location, I guess the only thing I would mention is it is heavy to carry a kayak to a launch. So I would just make a note of the distance and how people would take their kayak and travel over the area that's being newly developed.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have any questions regarding this application or comments? And I'll ask again if anyone in the audience has to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to the application. Make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. Sarah, is there anyone online that wishes to address this matter?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have no one online this evening.
Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask council. Council, does any council members have any comments or questions about the information that's been presented? Seeing none, that's going to conclude this public meeting regarding the town dock. Andrea, I'm going to ask if you or if Mr. Jecke have any concluding comments regarding this application. And if you don't mind, like normal, can we just outline the next steps for the members of the public?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. So for anybody interested in being notified of future meetings where council will be discussing the town dock or to receive notice of any decisions made by council, please let me know. You can email the town at planning@penetanguishene.ca or leave your name with me here or with Kelly at the back if necessary. So when we get to an opportunity, there will be a recommendation report based on tonight's public meetings feedbacks that we will present to council at a future public meeting, at a future committee of the whole meeting. What that would mean is if council then has an opportunity to discuss what to do, whether to accept the official plan amendment in the master plan or make another decision. And following that, a decision will be issued, whether council, if the council approves it, you would get notice of the decision of council. That information then gets forwarded to the County of Simcoe. They are our approval authority, and it would be until the County of Simcoe approves the official plan amendment that the town dock secondary plan and master plan would come into effect. So it is going to take a little bit more time, but that's generally the sense of the process. And again, if anybody wants to be receiving any information about this project, please just email the town at planning@penetanguishene.ca.
Thanks, Andrew. And Andrew, I had a couple questions tonight. So how will people learn about the response to those?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to address that. So when we receive feedback like that, we do follow up in a recommendation report, and we do address all the questions and comments the public and or council has made. So I did hear the questions tonight about the two-sided at the boat launch. I can probably answer that one. That's a design detail that's likely to remain. It's not something that's we've talked about at this level of the master plan, and as well as the boats and canoes, we've noted that comment. So we will take that back. The town dock's going to have one last meeting to consider, or the town dock advisory committee will receive these comments. And so they will be followed up and reported back on at a future council meeting.
Thanks, Andrew. I want to thank everyone in the public. This has been a 6-year process, and we said we would restart this process. I know there's members of the public that have participated. Mr. Chris Foley's here, who chaired the committee. Thank you for your work and helping guide this process. And we're getting close to the finish line. Thank you so much. So that's going to conclude this public meeting. Thank everyone for your participation and attendance at this. And again, as Director Betty mentioned, this will still come forward at a future meeting. So thank you. We're going to move on to our next public meeting, which is regarding 25 Jeffrey Street, 19 Harriet Street. Andrew, I'm going to ask if you can please introduce the application. Can you please confirm whether or not notification was provided? And can you please note any correspondence received? Again, this is regarding 25 Jeffrey Street, 19 Harriet Street, regarding zoning amendment for an official plan amendment regarding those two properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council and the public. This is an official plan amendment application and a zoning bylaw amendment application. I'm sorry to be so confusing tonight with the different applications that we have. I know we have the consultants here tonight that are going to go over with more details about what's being proposed, but generally what is being asked is an official plan amendment. This property has a future study layover on it, so that would need to come off. And as part of that, they're proposing a reuse of the former hospital and converting that into apartment units, and also the construction of some new stacked and back-to-back townhouses on Harriet and Jeffrey Street. This would total 118 residential units, 74 being in apartment format, with the rest being in the townhouse format. The zoning bylaw amendment would be to facilitate that use and rezone the land from an institutional zone, which the former hospital was in, into a residential 3 exception zone. And that exception zone is for some special provisions to the zoning bylaw that would establish some new setback standards for lot frontage, lot area, yards, and coverage and other technical aspects of the zoning bylaw. I'm sure they were going to go into some details regarding that, so I won't repeat that in their presentation. I can confirm notice was given on March 17th, and comments have been received up until late today, and you council have seen you've been receiving any comments that we did receive late today. Anything else that does come in, council will get. So you should see all of the comments we received to date on tonight's council agenda. And those all, as mentioned earlier, will be looked through and reported on the next recommendation report, and when that's considered by council. So we have seen and will address all the public comments that we have received to date. So the notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act as well as the town's alternate notice policy. And so all the correspondence that we have received is included in the agenda. I will probably pass it over right now so that that I think it's Richard is giving the presentation. Richard Domes, on behalf of the owners of the property, they will go over an overview of what the application is intending.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty, and welcome everybody. Good evening, Council. My name is Richard Domes. I'm a partner and planner at GWD Planners. We are planning consultant for the owners of the site in connection with the applications to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw to facilitate the adaptive reuse of the former Penetang General Hospital building as a rental apartment and to facilitate the development of street-oriented townhouse infill along both Harriet Street and Jeffrey Street. Next slide, please. Generally, the built form in the context of the area is low-rise in nature, ranging from 1 to 3 stories. Next slide, please. The subject site is comprised of 2 legal parcels collectively measuring approximately 2 hectares or 5 acres with frontage along both Jeffrey Street and Harriet Street. The subject site is currently developed with the 2-level former hospital building, which previously operated as George Bay General Hospital or Penetang General Hospital. Paved surface parking areas occupy approximately 40% of the property, which are prevalent along Harriet Street and Jeffrey Street, as well as along the east lot line. The existing former hospital building physically abuts the retirement home building located at 7 Harriet Street. However, these buildings and functions operate completely distinct from one another. Next slide, please. This slide provides a brief overview of the hospital lands. Notably, the current building on the subject site was built in the 1950s with additions in the 1960s, 1970s, and again in the 1990s. The hospital closed in 2014 and operated as a medical support center until all operations ceased on the property in 2022. The property has been vacant and unutilized since that time. The subject site is not a listed property, nor is it designated under the Ontario Heritage Act. Next slide, please. The following slides provide photos of the subject site. This slide shows views from Jeffrey Street showing the large setbacks of the existing building and the substantial paved surface areas along the streets. As a result of site grading, the western portions of the building provide 2 exposed building levels, whereas the eastern portions of the building read as 1 story. Next slide, please. This slide shows views from the rear of the existing parking area. Next slide, please. And these are photos of the rear courtyard area and the east yard. Next slide, please. And lastly, these are photos of the existing parking lot along Harriet Street. Next slide, please. Downtown Penetanguishene and Main Street is located 250 meters from the subject site. The site is ideally located within the center of the community and represents one of the most walkable and connected locations in the town of Penetanguishene. Subject site is served by various existing local community services, facilities, and amenities. The above figure identifies certain amenities within approximately 800 meters or a 10-meter walking distance from the subject site. Residents of the area will be able to walk to these facilities and services to address many of their daily needs. Next slide, please. In addition to being walkable, the subject site is situated in an area that is well served by transit. Subject site is served by multiple Midland Penetanguishene bus routes in close proximity, including one within 160 meters of the site. Simcoe County Links Route 1 also provides inter-community transit between the town of Penetanguishene, town of Midland, and the city of Barrie, all with 2 transit stops within 450 meters of the subject site. A fine-grained road network is available to accommodate vehicular movements in the local context. Next slide, please. The PPS provides provincial policy direction on key land use issues that affect communities. All planning decisions must be consistent with the PPS. Through the PPS, the provincial government has targeted the building of 1.5 million homes in the province by the year 2031 to address current and future housing needs. The policies of the PPS establish directions to facilitate this objective, which should be followed in land use planning within the province, including the town of Penetanguishene. The town of Penetanguishene is a settlement area as defined in the PPS. Key settlement area policies are on the screen above. The amendment application is consistent with the PPS by directing new housing options and intensification within a settlement area on an underutilized former institutional site that is served by transit. Next slide, please. The County of Simcoe has identified Penetanguishene as one of the main communities for growth through its designation as a primary settlement area. Accordingly, this means that town needs to plan for new homes within the existing built-up area where the necessary services exist to support this growth. The subject site is located within the built-up area of Penetanguishene. Notably, 40% of all new development annually within the town shall be within the built-up area, which is now approved by the county to increase to 50% of all new housing through County Official Plan Amendment number 7. So effectively, 1 of every 2 units of the town annually must be located within the built-up area. Settlement areas are required to be developed for a range of housing types to provide housing opportunities for a range of household needs, sizes, and incomes. According to the Simcoe OP, the town is proposed to grow to 14,390 residents by the year 2051, and therefore more housing is needed in the town to meet these projections. Next slide, please. The subject site is designated neighborhood areas in the town official plan. Permitted uses include residential uses. Residential built forms include the list of uses on the screen, including notably townhouse dwellings and small-scale apartments. The proposed apartment retrofit of the existing building and the townhouse infill are permitted uses in the official plan. Next slide, please. So you may be asking why the need for an OPA if the application conforms to the neighborhood area land use designations. Well, the subject site is identified as a future policy area overlay in the town's official plan. As outlined in Section 7 of the OP, certain areas of the town have been identified as future study areas that require further study to determine how these lands should be planned for their ultimate use. Future study areas are intended to permit existing uses while protecting lands for future development. Future study areas are considered strategic growth areas in the official plan. So to satisfy the requirement for additional planning study, the official plan amendment is submitted by my client to remove the future study areas overlay and facilitate the planned residential development of lands. The amendment application submitted is supported by a robust list of technical reports and studies. Next slide, please. The following are some additional notable OP policies. Of particular note is policy 422, which limits the height of development in the neighborhood designation areas to a maximum of 3 stories. Next slide, please. The subject site is zoned institutional in the town zoning bylaw. Historically, the zoning made sense given the former use as a hospital, but since the hospital has left, the zoning is now out of date and needs to be changed to facilitate an alternative use of the lands. A zoning bylaw amendment is submitted, which will have the effect of rezoning the subject site from the institutional zone to a site-specific residential 3 zone to permit the multiple dwelling unit apartments and townhouses. In addition, the site-specific zoning bylaw amendment will provide the municipality with the ability to prescribe site-specific lot development criteria tailored to the proposal. Next slide, please. The subject site is developed with a vacant building and expansive asphalt parking area, which renders the property underutilized in its current form. My client's proposal contemplates the adaptive reuse of the former hospital building and the development of street-related townhouses along Harriet Street and Jeffrey Street. A total of 118 units is proposed, consisting of 74 rental apartment units within the formal hospital building, 12 back-to-back stacked townhouse units, and 32 back-to-back townhouse units. The proposal contemplates the retention of the architectural design elements of the exterior facade of the former hospital building in recognition of its longstanding existence within the community. The proposed townhouses that are positioned along Harriet Street, Jeffrey Street will provide street-related housing within a compatible low-rise build form. Next slide, please. The development offer a range of sizes from bachelor units to 3-bedroom homes, providing options for singles, couples, and small families at a range of affordability levels. The retrofitted apartment building and new back-to-back stacked townhouses along the street frontage are currently contemplated to form part of a rental complex. However, the back-to-back townhouses along Jeffrey Street are contemplated at this time to form a separate independent condominium block. Notwithstanding the rental and condominium tenures, the development will be comprehensive designed to ensure they appear as an integrated whole. A total of 218 on-site parking spaces are provided, which exceeds the zoning bylaw requirements. Rather than demolishing the existing building, the former 2-story hospital building is proposed to be saved and repurposed as the 74-unit rental apartment. As noted, the exterior facade of the building will be substantially preserved, subject to minor alterations to meet current OBC standards and accessibility requirements. No building additions or alterations to the building are proposed. The retrofit approach is fiscally and environmentally responsible, avoiding demolition waste and embodied carbon, while preserving a structurally sound building that has existed as a compatible form in the community for 60 years. Next slide, please. The interior of the building is proposed to undergo renovations to accommodate the 74 rental apartment units that will offer a range of unit sizes as generally shown on your screen. Next slide, please. 2 linear back-to-back townhouse blocks are proposed along Jeffrey Street. The back-to-back towns within each block are divided vertically along the interior and side and the interior side and rear demising walls, creating a total of 32 back-to-back units, 16 units per block, each fronting onto either Jeffrey Street or the internal private laneway. Each townhouse unit provides an individual private entrance along the street or laneway it fronts onto, along with a private driveway and an integrated garage. The street-oriented design of these units activates Jeffrey Street in a way that the current site currently does not. An eyes on the street approach from these units improves public safety and enhances the streetscape. Next slide, please. Each back-to-back townhouse unit is designed to a maximum height of 3 stories plus a basement level as permitted in the official plan. As a result of their design, back-to-back townhouse units do not accommodate private rear yards at grade. However, each unit provides a private balcony to minimize overlook onto adjacent properties. Balconies are restricted to the second floor of the primary facades facing the abutting streets or lanes to reduce overlook and maintain privacy. Next slide, please. This slide provides an initial elevation drawing as seen along Jeffrey Street. Next slide, please. One 3-story stacked back-to-back townhouse block is proposed along Harriet Street. The stacked back-to-back units within the townhouse block are divided vertically as well as horizontally, creating a total of 12 units fronting onto either Harriet Street or internally to the development. Next slide, please. This slide provides a section of the stacked back-to-back units along Harriet Street. The lower units occupy the basement and ground floor, and the upper units occupy the second and the third stories. Each townhouse unit provides an individual private entrance within its primary facade that is accessed from a private walkway that surrounds the townhouse block. Both 2- and 3-bedroom units are accommodated within this building. The next slide, please. The stacked back-to-back block does not include private individual driveways or integrated garages. Parking shall be accommodated within the at-grade parking area at the rear of the building that is accessed from Jeffrey Street only. Next slide, please. Perimeter landscaping is proposed along the subject site's extents, including along abutting streets. Interior planting and landscaping is contemplated to create visual interest within the development and complement the physical built form environment. Approximately 20,000 square feet of shared private outdoor amenities proposed for residents of the development that can facilitate programmable elements such as a children's playground, resident vegetable gardens, seating areas, and shade structures to serve the residents of various ages and interests. I will note that landscape plan is conceptual at this time, as we are in the OPA and zoning bylaw stage, but is intended to express an overall intent for the land use. Final determination and the exact delineation of features and private amenity areas will be determined at the site plan control stage. Next slide, please. The redevelopment of the subject site is currently proposed to proceed in 3 phases. Phase 1 in green on the slide includes the retrofit and adaptive reuse of the vacant former hospital building. Phase 2 includes the development of the 2 back-to-back townhouse blocks along Jeffrey Street. And phase 3 includes the stacked back-to-back townhouse block located along Harriet Street. Final phasing will be confirmed at the site plan control building permit stage. And at that time, a detailed construction management will be required that includes the hours of work, traffic routing, and dust and noise mitigation requirements pursuant to town requirements. Next slide, please. This slide shows the extensive amount of study that was completed and submitted in support of the amendment applications. All of these reports are available for public review through the town's planning file and are currently under review by town staff and external agencies. Next slide, please. And finally, this slide shows the typical steps of the planning application review process. Importantly to note, this is not the end. Opportunity for municipal and public feedback will continue to be available throughout the approval process. Once staff provides circulation comments on the application, they will be addressed by the applicant through future resubmissions, which often takes many rounds before the report is prepared for council's final consideration. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to ask if anyone in the audience wishes to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to the application. If you do, I'll have you make your way to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, please. Welcome, sir.
Worship, council members. Vince Eustace. I live in 29 Jeffrey Street, right beside 25. I'm totally against this zoning change. When I bought the house, I knew what the zoning was and I was quite happy with it. And the way they're building these little boxes on there and the 3 stories are going to take all my privacy away that I bought the house for. I did a letter and I submitted it, and I hope that I see some answers to it. I haven't seen any type of privacy drawings that would protect us or my neighbors. And same with what this project is going to do to the value of the houses in the neighborhood. I'd really like an answer on that stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your comments have been recorded by the planner and they'll be in a future report and your letter will be part of the official record. So if our planner, Andrea, has received that, it'll be part of the official record. Anybody else like to address this matter? Welcome, sir. The floor is yours. And full name and address for the record, please.
My name is Marvin Wright. I live at 20 Jeffrey Street, right on the corner to where this project is going to happen. And my concern is traffic. There's going to be a lot more traffic on that corner. And how do all of these people get in and out of that process? As we have right now, there's a bit of gridlock on Sunday mornings from the church on Robert Street. They park in the Jeffrey Street parking lot, the overflow, and I'm just wondering how the traffic flow is going to be concerned over this area.
Thank you very much for your comments. Again, they'll be addressed at a future report. Anybody else in the audience wish to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application? If you do have you make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. Floor is yours, sir.
Yes, my name is Pat Vaillancourt and I'm at 32 Robert Street East. And I've just listened to the presentation and we were at a meeting in August of 2000, whatever, a couple of years ago now at the arena. It sounds like he's listened to some of the comments at that time. And it sounds like he's gone over some of them to try to make it sound a little more amiable. Okay. Now I have sent in a letter to the town and I'll read part of it and I'll highlight a bit if it doesn't seem clear. So I have concerns regarding the increased density to the project from R1 residential of the surrounding properties to R3X for the proposed development. This increase to a total of 118 units, 74 apartments, 12 back-to-back stacked rental units, 32 back-to-back stacked townhouse condominium units in one 4.8 or 1.9 hectare area, 4.8 acres, in the middle of town. Okay. In my opinion, this is extreme for the character of the neighborhood. This would increase the population in this small area by possibly 118 people, one per unit, to 236 people, two per unit, possibly more. We have no idea. Where am I here? Okay, having lived in the community all my life, I know the negative impact this would have on the town from an increase in traffic, as was mentioned, possibly 118 more cars at minimum, to more people competing for limited job opportunities, to possibly more crime, which would affect the entire town. Jeffrey Street. The development would add 16 new driveways plus 2 entrances to the Jeffrey Street development compared to 7 driveways across the road. With minimum frontage requested, this would mean no room to put snow in the wintertime. We all know that this is a snow belt area, and we have all just have to look back a couple of months at what we went through with all the winter we've had. Where are they going to put all the snow? You can't put it on the road. Where's it going to go? The driveways are right covering everything. I'm sure with climate change, this will continue and will possibly get worse with the snow. We don't know. Apartments, 74 units. Now picture this. This is equivalent to a 7-story building with 10 apartments on each floor. I know it's not 7 stories, but it's the equivalent of that. Again, there will be no place to put the snow in the parking lot. I can foresee that the snow will be pushed up against the adjacent property boundaries. This will mean large snow banks pushed up against the backyards and the fences of the neighbors. So I can foresee that many of the properties will be fenced off. I know mine will be. And this will be to provide a visual barrier from the possible activities in the parking lot. It'll also, the fence will deter vandalism and/or theft from the backyards, and or even worse, entry into our homes. A more suitable zoning would be R1 or R2, triplex along Jeffrey and Harriet, R3 triplex complexes. This would allow for some yard area, both front and back. Now, I know he did add, that was requested, was talked about at the meeting, the last meeting. He's now sort of tried to explain that everybody's going to have a garden. Where? Or you can play with, your kids can play on the deck. Now, what I'm saying is the proposal should be that because the zoning is too radical, I'm saying the demolition of the existing hospital building would have to be done to create R3, R2, whatever. And we were told to understand the reason that nothing was done with the hospital was because of mold and asbestos.
Sir, I'm going to ask if you can direct your comments now regarding the application as relevant to planning issues. I'd like to wrap that up if you can. We'll move this on.
Sure. Well, I thought I had enough time to do what I want, so. We all remember the high school was torn down for apparently the same reason. The town may have other designs on it, but the high school was actually newer than the hospital. Okay, the R3X zoning would be a giant change to the immediate area, impacting the safety as well as the, for the whole surrounding area. Just realize it's not going to an R3, it's going to an R3X. That's an exception, which will allow them to cover the complete lot. If you read what they're asking, no side yards, no backyards, and the new buildings will cover the complete lot, basically, is what they're requesting. Okay. Now, the developer may say that these concerns are not warranted. And as I say in my letter, they don't know. They don't have a crystal ball as to what's going to happen 5 years, 10 years down the road with this development. Who's going to be moving in? We don't know. If I had a crystal ball, as I say, I wouldn't worry about it. I'd pick 6 numbers and I'd be living on a beach somewhere. Okay? Now, I understand in closing that the developer is concerned with one thing and one thing only. No matter what they say, they're concerned about return on their investment. They want a bigger bang for their buck. But the rest of the community is going to have to deal with the aftermath if this goes ahead for the rest of the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if there's anyone else in the audience who wishes to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to the application. Have you make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. And Sarah, while they're coming up, is there anyone online wish to address this? Okay.
I'm the same guy that was here talking about the boat launch.
Paul, can you state your address as well for the record, please?
Yeah, Paul Sauvé, 42 Jeffrey Street, right across the road from the new development. Just want to, I think everyone here, the density is the big thing. We're talking sardines in a can here. It's just too many people in a small area. I don't see it being good for the neighborhood. It can't be. I realize that, we need places for people to live, but I think we need to common sense a bit when it comes to how many people per acre. This is too many.
Thank you for your questions. I'll ask again if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to the application. Make your name or make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please.
Lauren, and I live at 20 Harriet Street, directly across from the parking lot of what used to be the manor. My understanding is that that parking lot is going to be gone. I've been home every day this week, and every morning I count the amount of cars in that parking lot, of employees and visitors of the nursing home and loft. The lowest amount of cars in that parking lot was on Wednesday, and it was 16. On Tuesday, it was 27. I already don't get to pull out of my driveway because people are constantly blocking me in. I pay my taxes and I have the right to get in and out of my driveway without concern. I'm driving over my front lawn because of the disregard of people parking on the road already. That's just the parking lot. The street is fully lined as well of cars, and my understanding is that parking lot is going to be gone. Where are the staff for the nursing home going to park? Where are the visitors going to park? There's no room already on the street, and it says like 4-hour minimum or 4-hour maximum. That is never adhered to. I have the same car that parks in front of my house every single day for 8 hours. It doesn't move. So my concern is for the parking. I also want to mention the blatant disregard that for the community members from said company employees that have been renovating that hospital. I got to stare at toilets in the parking lot while patients of the loft defecated in the parking lot toilets that sat there for months. They do not stop working by 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. They continue to work all night. I called the town and I was told that I can call the police. Well, they don't care anymore. They don't come when you call because you have kids breaking into the building. You have kids on the roof. I saw it last week. Unless they're getting hurt, the police don't want to deal with it anymore. So you can't even call them. So just when you're rezoning this, please take parking into consideration.
Thank you for your comments. I'll ask if there's anyone else in the audience who wishes to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to the application. Make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Eric George. I'm 46 Jeffrey Street. My concern is way too many people going to be to the area. It's already fairly busy. I live at the corner of Jeffrey and Lucy, so there's a stop sign there. It's a 3-way stop. No one stops there as it is. I have a 4-year-old daughter. She would like to play, as most kids would, and the concern for that is just there's going to be way too many people potentially in that area. It's busy enough. There's nowhere to put the snow as it is. The road got down to basically a narrow 1 lane this winter on Jeffrey Street. It's way too many people for the area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll ask again if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to make any comments regarding this application based on land use planning issues make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please.
Your Worship and Council, thank you. My name is Kelly Bald. I live at 28 Jeffrey Street. I had written a letter prior to the meeting, and I thought I would just read it for everybody here. I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed development at the former PGH site on Jeffrey Street. While I understand the broader need for housing, this proposal is not appropriate for this location. The neighborhood surrounding the proposed development is a low-density area made up of primarily detached homes. And while I understand the existing hospital structure is intended to remain, the overall scale of the proposal, 118 units, could you cram any more in? It represents a significant increase in density that is not compatible with the surrounding area and will not result in a streetscape that reflects the existing character of the neighborhood. The scale and nature of this development will also be disruptive to the surrounding neighborhood and may negatively impact residents' ability to fully enjoy their properties during both the construction phase and ongoing use. There are also serious concerns about viability and long-term outcomes. We've already seen developments in our community that remain incomplete or stalled. And the possibility of another project that does not move forward as intended, leaving behind an unfinished or underutilized site, is a real concern for nearby residents. There are concerns regarding traffic and the capacity of existing infrastructure. It has been suggested that the former 50-bed hospital use may have generated more traffic than what is expected from this development. That comparison is not credible, given the scale and nature of the proposed residential use. The increase in permanent residents will result in sustained daily traffic, placing added pressure on local roads and intersections, as well as significantly increasing overall neighborhood traffic levels. In addition, consideration should be given to the broader impact on community services, including healthcare, emergency services, and municipal infrastructure. It is not clear that the existing systems are equipped to accommodate this level of intensification without strain. That's out of my scope of knowledge, so I'm not sure about that. I also have questions about the demand for additional rental units in this area and whether this proposal reflects demonstrated housing needs. I would expect to see clear evidence that this level of density is supported by demand, not only in this specific location, but within the broader community. Lastly, the proposed units offer little to no private outdoor space or storage, which leads to concerns about how residents will accommodate everyday belongings. This may result in items being stored outdoors, creating visual clutter and negatively impacting the appearance of the development and surrounding properties and detracting from the existing character of our neighborhood. The town's own housing studies emphasize the importance of thoughtful, well-located, and sustainable development. This proposal does not align with those principles. Approval of this proposal would be very disappointing and would raise concerns about whether the town is adequately protecting the interests and the character of the existing community. I want to be very clear that I do not support this proposal and strongly oppose its approval. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does anyone else wish to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application? If you do, have your make way to the podium, state your name and an address for the record, please.
Mayor, Council, my name is Travis Mueling. I live at 19 Mariah Street, not directly abutting this proposed development. I'm lucky enough to live in a detached home that I own, but 25 years ago, a development like this would have been music to my ears. I think we have to think about not just the people who live in their own detached home in an established neighborhood, but the people coming up behind us. We have to think about single people. We have to think about people with minimum wage jobs. We have to think about young families. To me, the job of council is not just to look out for the old guard. Council's job is to look out for everybody in town. That includes those who aren't as lucky as ourselves, who may be looking for the kind of opportunity that a development like this might represent. I'm fully in favor of it. I think it's a nice addition to the neighborhood. I think a lot of the concerns, while well-intentioned, miss the mark. And I hope that council looks at the big picture about what's best for Penetanguishene as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll ask if there's anyone else in the audience wishes to make comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application. I'll have you make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Dennis McEntee. I live at 18 VL Street here in Penetanguishene. I just have a question, or I'm unclear on the gentleman's presentation. I did not see anywhere on his diagrams where we're going to put 3 garbage bins, a recycling, a garbage, and a green bin for 118 units. If somebody could help me understand that.
Thank you for your question. I'll ask if there's anyone else in the audience wishes to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application. Make your way to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record. Stumbled on a word. Not yet. Are you the applicant? Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Frank Venditti. I'm an associate planner here at Sunray Group. I'm here tonight representing ownership. It's important to emphasize that Sunray Group is not coming as a new, as someone who's not been in Penetanguishene. We have been active, invested part of this in this community for 6 or 7 years. We operate the Georgian Bay Life retirement facility that directly abuts the former hospital. During that time, we've worked diligently to improve service and enhance the resident experience. We are here for the long term, and we tend to remain a dedicated neighbor to you. I have personally toured the property and reviewed your comments. The vacant property does have some spray paint, but the building is in otherwise good condition. Leaving a site like this in its current state is not good for the neighborhood. Our goal is to deliver a high quality residential product that cleans up the property and improves the overall safety and appeal of the community. This is primarily a purpose-built rental property, not a standard condo where a developer builds and lease. Sunray will remain the owner and manager, ensuring the property is well maintained and at a high standard. This project is a vital engine for Penetanguishene's growth, economic support. Our investment brings immediate construction jobs and new residents who will support local businesses downtown. The municipality has expressed the need for housing in this community, and businesses are struggling to retain permanent employment because of the lack of housing options. We're adding 118 units ranging from bachelor apartments to 3-bedroom family housing. This ensures that the community has a variety of quality housing options to choose from and provides attainable housing forms in a time where housing affordability is a growing concern. By transforming a vacant, underutilized institutional site into a vibrant residential community, we are expanding the town's tax base to help fund public services and bring jobs to your community. I want to highlight some specific items designed to protect your surrounding community. Nature and canopy. We are protecting 27 significant trees and planting 46 new high-quality trees, plus 4 cedar hedging groupings. The site will be significantly greener than the 40% asphalt that exists today. Regarding the, there's 2 larger trees on the corner of the site. We understand these are mature and healthy. While the removal was intentionally proposed to maximize parking, based on community feedback, we're willing to reduce parking counts to preserve them if that is the direction of staff and the community. As for privacy, we have intentionally restricted balconies to the second floor only on primary facades to ensure our residents are not looking over your private balconies, private backyards. As for traffic and parking, our studies show the residential use will generate 27 fewer morning trips and 11 fewer afternoon peak hour trips than the former hospital. As mentioned, we have a parking surplus and we can explore removing spots to save those trees, but I do hear your concerns for parking, so maybe we'll leave those. For the retirement home parking, it currently does have sufficient parking as per the zoning bylaw requirements. As for snow storage, I've heard those concerns, those are valid. You are in a snow belt. We will look to explore options for areas for snow storage through the submission process. To conclude, we're offering a path to take an inoperative building and turn it into a point of pride for the community. We want to respect the low-rise character of your community. I've heard concerns of the build form of the back-to-back townhouse. We can explore options to maybe bring fourplexes, townhomes, as you wish. We look forward to completing this transformation in a timely manner. We want to work with you and the town staff to address your concerns and deliver a product of the highest quality to meet your needs. Thank you for your time, your passion for your neighborhood, and I look forward to hearing more of your feedback as we refine this vision together.
Thank you. I'll ask if there's anyone else in the audience who wishes to make comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application. Have you make your way to the podium, state your name as you already spoke, sir. Unless you have new information to present, I'll make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, Pat Viancourt, 32 Robert Street East. One question he's mentioning about now, we can now contact them to talk about trees. We had no idea of that at all. And when you look at what's on the website for the town and what's proposed, they're taking down every tree. They may be planting some other ones. I should have taken a picture. I have an oak 300 years at least in my backyard. It's just on this much onto their property. It was deemed to be removed. We were not told at all we could talk to anybody about this. I'm still against the density going ahead the way it is, but who do we talk to?
Thanks for the question. I'll have you, Miss Betty can help you with that, and she'll address that at the end of the evening. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application? Make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. I'll have you come to the podium if you can, please.
My name is Barbara Barger and I live at 26 Jeffrey Street. And in all this planning, has anyone thought of the psychological effects on everybody that's going to be living there? Because the higher the density, the harder it is for people to get along and thrive. And that's been shown over many years if you study any kind of grouping of people together. And I agree with the gentleman that was talking about the change from single-family homes and lower density to all the way up to 3X without anything going in a tier, as opposed to the 3X final decision. That's the question I have. What happens when all these people are stuck together and they're fighting over where am I going to put the snow, or how am I going to get out of my driveway to get to work? That's a big problem for people, and it'll be a bigger problem for Penetang in the future.
Thank you for your question. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to make comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application? If you do, make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. Okay, moving on. Council, this is your opportunity. Do you have any questions or comments regarding the information that's been presented? Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of comments. First of all, I want to thank the presenters for the level of detail in their presentation. That was excellent. It gives a lot of information. So that was something I certainly appreciate. When the hospital ceased to function and the property was offered for sale, I certainly thought it would be had the potential to be repurposed for residential, and I'm glad to see that it's residential. But I'm struggling a bit with the policy that you put up there, 4.2.2 of the official plan that deals with compatibility with adjacent uses, and particularly, the back-to-back townhouses that front on Jeffrey Street. When I look at the height of those and the density of those, the height is a little over 11 meters and 37 feet. And when I look at, the houses across the street on Jeffrey Street, and I see an older established neighborhood, I'm really struggling reconciling the provision of density, height, and character of the proposed residential development with the adjacent uses. Like that is a fundamental in our official plan. I'm really struggling with that. So I think there's some challenges with this project. I think it's good that you've come to this far, but I'm hoping that you have an open mind with respect to the density, because I think that what's proposed that I saw today is, in my opinion, is a little too dense for what the site can handle and the community in the area can handle. Again, I'm glad to see that there's the old Penetanguishene General Hospital is being repurposed for residential, but I think the density is too great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. Council, any other comments? Okay, Mr. Domes, you're the applicant. I'll ask if you have any concluding comments on the application. Yes.
Through you, Chair. Not to reiterate comments of Frank Venditti, but just wanted to echo that this public meeting presentation was in addition to the one that was held several months back, 18 months or so ago. There's a representative from ownership that is listening to your concerns. There was a question on how do we approach the ownership to express the concerns. I think this venue is certainly one of them. Part of the requirements of the application is a consultation plan, which we've included. We expect to have a lot of back and forth with the municipal staff over the course of the coming months to receive further comments that might follow this meeting and address them as appropriate as part of another resubmission. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I've never had an application that went in the first time and got approved that way. So there is an expectation that there will be new comments that would come forward after the last formal open house meeting. I've heard some of those today. We'll continue to work through them with staff and come back with resubmissions as necessary. So I'll leave that, and we'll try to respond to any of the comments that come through today. Staff require us to address that in the ongoing live public consultation document. We'll address that in any resubmission.
Thank you very much. Ms. Betty, can you help everyone understand what the process looks like from here, how everyone can be informed, how they receive information, when they can expect to hear more? If you can just give everyone an outline about that, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So anybody who has submitted comments to the town to date or spoke tonight at the meeting, I have recorded your names and your addresses, or hopefully your letters to the town have your names and addresses on that. So we will record your information, and when, as Richard spoke to, the resubmission comes back and that there's an opportunity for council to see that resubmission, we take that information and we let you know when the agenda is published. It's the Friday before tonight's Wednesday meeting, so that you can review the information, have an opportunity to review the staff report, any resubmission documents, and also are aware of the upcoming meeting where the council will be discussing it further. So you will see that email if you've left that information with us. And I'm not sure when exactly. It's going to take a little bit of time to review and see any revisions before a recommendation report will come forward. But if you have contacted the town, you can do that by email at planning@penetanguishene.ca, and we'll ensure that your name and your information's on the record, and you will receive that notice of a decision coming on this application.
Thank you, Ms. Betty. I want to thank everyone for your attendance and participation in this public meeting regarding the 25 Jeffrey Street, 19 Harriet Street zoning amendment and the official plan amendment. We will consider this application results at a future public meeting, as Ms. Betty just outlined. We'll provide notice of that. All right, council, we're going to move on to the next public meeting, 10C. It's regarding a public meeting regarding the removal of a holding provision for 79 Wozniak Road, file number ZA 3-2026. Andrea, I'm going to ask you to please introduce the application. So if you're still hanging around, can you just bring the noise down? We still have lots of agenda items. If you want to have a conversation, I'll have you make your way to the hallway, please. Sir? Sir? Appreciate it. Andrew, I'm going to ask if you can kindly introduce the application. Can you confirm whether or not notification was provided? Can you please note whether or not any correspondence was received? Again, this is regarding the 10C removal of the holding provision for 79 Wozniak, file number ZA 3-2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I can confirm that notice of tonight's public meeting to remove the holding H symbol was given on March 18th. We've not received any comments other than what's in your agenda package, which includes some correspondence from the risk management official as well as Enbridge. This is a slightly different application in a public meeting than the first two we had tonight. It is a technical requirement of our zoning bylaw that requires a holding symbol to be removed from the property once some measures have been met. So in this case, it's the applicant has documented or has submitted to the town reports and documents to confirm that a septic and a well can be supported on the property in order for them to build a new home. So our chief building officials have reviewed that and felt that it's sufficient. So we are on a opportunity to remove that holding symbol.
Thank you, Ms. Betty. Do we know if the applicant or agent is here to make a presentation?
No, I don't recall, and not normally I don't think we do presentations.
I'll do it. Does the applicant or agent wish to make a presentation or provide any additional information? Seeing none, I'll ask if anyone in the audience wish to make any comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application. If you do, I'll have you make your way to the podium, say your name and address for the record, please. And I'll say it one more time, if anyone in the audience wishes to make their comments regarding the application based on land use planning issues relevant to this application, make your way to the podium, say your name and address for the record, please. Council, I'm going to ask if you have any comments or questions regarding this application. Seeing none, I'll thank everyone for your attendance and participation in this public meeting, and council will consider this application at a future meeting. All right, council, we're going to move on. 11's delegations and presentations. We have two this evening. One is 11A regarding the presentation from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding Succession Talent Pool Program Multi-Year Staffing Plan. Mr. Lees, thank you very much, and the floor is yours, sir.
and certainly very forward-thinking and really a sustainable best practice for any organization, be it municipal or otherwise. If we move to the next slide, this slide really talks about a couple pieces in terms of being proactive. So implementing this program is really a key piece, from a succession plan perspective, but also from a multi-year staffing plan and looking out over 10 years really helps the organization reduce risk, improve transparency, and provide council and the community with a clear forward-looking view of our needs from a workforce perspective. If we move to the next slide, the first of the two components I'm going to talk about this evening really is our Succession and Talent Pool program. The intent here is it's designed to strengthen our organization resilience, reduce vacancy risk in critical and specialized roles, while also supporting our employee development and retention. It takes on a balanced approach, so it does focus on developing internal talent, but also where necessary through future skill or capacity gaps, it does allow us to target external recruitment where needed. And it really supports workforce sustainability and service continuity to the community as a whole. If we move to the next slide. When we looked at the Succession and Talent Pool program, there was really 3 steps that we identified. So step 1 was really our assessment and strategy. So you can see on the slide there, essentially what we did is we identified critical roles through doing a structured risk-based matrix. So we looked at every role in the organization. We assessed them on 5 different, on a kind of a 5-prongs risk matrix, considered those different variables. And from there, essentially, what we determined is kind of what are our key first phase positions that we need to focus on as an organization. And that allowed us to move to kind of step 2 in that process, which is the next slide. And really what it did is it allowed us to establish that talent pool structure and candidate assessment process. So we pushed out interest questionnaires to staff. Currently, we're reviewing those interest questionnaires to see how they line up with that critical role matrix. And then from there, we'll develop internal development plans to help employees and help our resources get to where they need to be through targeted training or job shadowing, cross-training, et cetera, and really kind of hone in on those opportunities as they present themselves internally, which kind of brings us to our next slide. And this kind of presents a little bit of a visual, a little bit of a picture of what we heard from our staff. And as you can see, the graph on the left really identifies the types of different career growth that our employees are interested in. And it does span over a variety of different leadership levels, from management to supervisory to senior leadership. And so that kind of graph or that little pie chart on the left talks about kind of what is the interest over the next 1 to 3 years in terms of different positions or different levels of positions in the organization. And then the picture on the right presents what did we hear from staff in terms of their identified readiness and preferred timing for advancement. And as you can see there, in 1 to 2 years, kind of 2 in 5 employees that responded were interested, whereas the majority were kind of 3 to 5 or 5+ years in terms of their own goals and their own perspectives of where they see themselves. So really, this is an opportunity for us to understand from staff where their interests lie and their timing lies, but also try and address that in a realistic and structured way. If we move to the next slide, this really identifies on a 9-point scale, with 1 being kind of what we heard the most, kind of right filtering down to number 9, what we heard from our employees in terms of motivations for participating in a program like this. And as you can see there, lifelong growth and development, skill growth, and the need or the desire for new challenges or change were kind of the top three that we heard from those that responded. And what it really does is it reinforces the motivators for staff in terms of them participating in this exercise. So it helps us design a program that really supports not only the organization needs, but also staff aspirations, strengthening engagement, retention, and long-term workforce stability. If we move to the next slide, we talk about step 3 on this slide, and it's really about the launch and the governance of this. So we've communicated this organization-wide. There will be oversight through the leadership team for this moving forward with strong support from HR. And really, from the perspective of monitoring moving forward, we will monitor and track progress through defined milestones and allow the leadership team to do that individually through their departments, but also kind of monitor that development progress and overall effectiveness. The goal is to review and update this annually, and as part of our broader workforce and strategic planning processes. If we move to the next slide, we kind of talk about the second piece of this strategy, which is the multi-year staffing plan. And this is a 10-year projection of staffing levels across all departments, kind of offering a long-term view, strategic lens of the needs that the leadership team has identified for the workforce. It's intended to give council and the community a bit of advanced visibility into staffing trends and pressures, helping to reduce the risk of unanticipated impacts during our annual budget process. So historically, we've presented our asks on an annual basis. What this does from the leadership team's perspective, and hopefully council and the community's perspective, is give a bit of an advance projection into where we see the organization heading in the next 10 years. If we move to the next slide, what you can see here on this visual, and it's rolled up by section, and I'm pointing to the one to my left, but the one to my right, it kind of rolls this up at a high level based on section. As you can see, over a 10-year horizon, the projection in terms of FTEs, and that does factor in full-time contract as well as permanent part-time headcount, is an addition of a little over 14 FTEs or full-time equivalents over that 10-year horizon. That projection, as I said, does factor in full-time, part-time, permanent part-time roles. What it does not include is staffing projections for the potential new multi-use rec center. That's a future conversation that we would return with during that planning exercise. You see a number of different additions, if I can say that, in the bottom portion of this table. And really those additions are based on what the leadership team has brought forward, based on what they see being a need in their respective areas. And some of those relate to existing capacity challenges. Some relate to future projects that the leadership team is aware of. Some are as a result of different strategies or plans, which could include the community-based strategic plan. And then some are potentially previous asks that we've pushed out into previous asks, meaning from prior years, that we've pushed out over this 10-year horizon as the leadership team sees a need. If we move to the next slide, what I would stress is that this is simply a forward-looking planning tool. So it's not inevitably, and clearly it's not etched in stone. It is still subject to council ratification, council approval, council deliberation during our annual budget exercise. And it could be refined as service levels or projects or funding assumptions evolve. What I think this approach allows council to do is gives council some flexibility and early visibility into potential workforce impacts. If we move to the next slide and we think about, without this succession and workforce planning, what we do face is some risk from a service continuity perspective, unexpected vacancies, retirements that have the potential to disrupt operations and lead to some reactive recruitment as opposed to proactive recruitment. It's from the leadership team's perspective, it's critical that we do, we consider employee relations and privacy considerations as we move forward with this. And in a confidential and consistent, transparent manner, we do need to consider involvement of leadership and from a labor relations standpoint. So this, from a risk perspective, this is forward thinking and this is being proactive from a leadership team lens. If we move to the next slide. Financial implications. So inevitably, the succession and talent pool program may require some modest annual investments. We'll evaluate those through existing and/or potential new asks from a resources and training perspective on an annual basis in the budget. But again, subject to council ratification. And when we look at the second component of this multi-year staffing plan, so these, over the 10-year horizon, there are some new or modified positions that will require kind of full costing. We've tried to kind of paint a little bit of a high level initial picture. And what that initial picture projects is about 1.5 million over a 10-year horizon. And that's just simply referring to salary and benefits only. If we move to the next slide, just in terms of why are we here and how does this align with the organization strategy that council has set through community input through our strategic plan. So it very much aligns with our community-based strategic plan, where it does talk about reviewing our organizational structure, ensuring we're efficient and effective, encouraging progressive leadership and future forward thinking across the organization. And then last but not least, striving to be an employer of choice through a corporate human resources strategy. So lots of good reasons why we're embarking on this journey. And it really is a journey. It's not something that's going to be achieved overnight, but I think this is a tremendous foundation that's laid for us as an organization. And, not only has there been a lot of great work done by the entire team and lots of heavy lifting by the leadership team, but also, as importantly, input, engagement, and collaboration from our frontline staff, but through our director of HR who led, facilitated, and oversaw this process. This is the plan, and this is the result that you're seeing this evening, and certainly a little bit later on in the agenda. Your worship, that's really what I wanted to touch on in this presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lees. I appreciate that. I really appreciate the work that's done on this. This is no different than you identified our planning process. We plan out the replacement of fire trucks years in advance. We plan out a lot of capital, but I appreciate this work that's been done on our most important resource, our people. So thank you for that. I'm going to hold any questions from council. Council, we have a report on this, 14H, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So I'll open up the questions at that time, if you don't mind. Council, I had to run out for a second, and the deputy mayor reminded me we've been sitting for 2 hours. We've had a busy agenda. Let's take a short recess. Let's let everyone have a quick bio break, water fill up, stretch your legs. We'll be back at 10 after 9 sharp to start. Mr. Lees, you got All right, we're going to I don't know what the word is, but restart our recess here. Thanks, Madam Clerk. Resumes the word. All right, Council, 13B is a presentation from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding Innovating Together, Penetangushine's Path to Continuous Improvement Strategy. CLEs, hopefully you got some water. You're able to freshen up. You're ready to go. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. So what I'm going to talk about in this presentation is really an opportunity that, as an organization, I'm excited about. I think it's fair to say the leadership team's excited about. I hope that council and I hope the community is just as excited about this. And I know that there's lots of excitement from our frontline staff as well. And really what this is us as an organization looking at how can we continue to elevate our game from the perspective of continuously improving and also being a leader from an innovation perspective in the municipal sector. And so what you see on the slide here is really what we're going to go through, what I'm going to go through this evening in terms of how we got here, talk a little bit about the objective, what we heard from staff, talk a little bit about some priorities and action plan, and then kind of close out with financial implications, how we're going to govern this, what does success look like, and then how does this align with our community-based strategic plan, which I think is important in every single, everything that we do as an organization needs to tie back to our strategy that council has endorsed, which ultimately council heard from the community. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about purpose. So why are we here? So as an organization, we're committed to building a strong organizational culture that supports innovation, continuous improvement, and openness to change across all departments, not singularly in one, but every single department. It's grounded in understanding, and questioning current practices, sharing ideas, and contributing to positive change. And really empowering staff, as we note here. And by doing that, we strengthen the ability to enhance our efficiency, effectiveness, and ultimately service delivery, which we are very much a service-based organization in the municipal sector. And so what does this do? It encourages staff to continually seek opportunities for improvement. It supports better experiences for our staff, but also our residents, and continue to ensure that the work that we do is aligned and is committed to our 20-year community-based strategic plan. So how did we get here? So we've kind of put a four-prong spectrum here on the slide, and I think it's safe to say that every facet of the organization was involved in this process to how we got here today. Our leadership team was engaged early in this exercise, provided feedback, they recognized their role, and really at the end of the day, what us as a leadership team has done and will continue to do is champion and be cheerleaders of this strategy. And that's important that, from a top-down perspective, our leadership team is standing tall and championing and cheerleading this strategy. We engaged a number of different kind of internal committees, but one of the key ones was our Service Excellence Committee. So we've got an internal Service Excellence Committee. They reviewed and they were part of this process. We wanted to ensure the alignment with committing to improve any effectiveness, efficiency, or service delivery for our residents. They're really our eyes and ears to how we continue to enhance that for our residents and for our community. We introduced this in an organization staff survey, organization-wide staff survey, I should say. So what did that do? That helped us best understand how staff feel supported in sharing their ideas, identifying barriers to participation, and ultimately gathering feedback to strengthen that culture of innovation and continuous improvement. And really, that's what we want to do. Our goal here, and I'll talk a little bit about it later under what does success look like, but ultimately part of our, one of our key goals here is to enhance the culture in the organization from a continuous improvement and innovation perspective. And then from there, that ultimately helped us kind of finalize the strategy to get us to where we are today. And that essentially allowed us to carefully consider and incorporate the feedback that we heard and saw. How and why are we here? A big part of why we're here with the strategy that we have in front of you, and all levels of the organization participated and provided amazing feedback, from frontline to management to supervisors to our senior leadership team. But ultimately, we wouldn't be where we are today without the strong support and strong leadership and strong facilitation by Emily Dermott Simpson, who's our corporate services executive assistant. So she's really, to be blunt, why we're here today and why things look as amazing they do in the strategy today. So if we move on to talk about kind of how we define innovation and how we define continuous improvement. I'm not going to read the word for word what's up there, but really within the strategy, when we talk about innovation, we mean finding more effective ways of working. It could include small incremental changes, but also larger improvements around enhancing efficiency, effectiveness, and service delivery. And then when we think about continuous improvement, it really is about regularly reviewing how we do things, learning from those experiences, and identifying opportunities to do better. And it's an iterative, ongoing process. It's not a one and done. And then, if we move on and we talk about what we heard from staff. So as I said, we conducted an organization-wide survey. We wanted to kind of establish a bit of a baseline perspective from staff. And if we'll just move on to the next slide, the graph on the left kind of articulates what do, from staff's perspective, what is their feel towards what the town currently does in terms of fostering a culture, supporting innovation and continuous improvement. And I think the takeaway here is that over 70% of our staff either agree or strongly agree that there's a strong foundation already in place. The graph on the right talks about, again, a little over 70% that agree or strongly agree that they feel supported by the organization when they bring forward ideas. So I think that's important that, 7 in 10 employees have sent a strong message to us as an organization, in terms of how they feel, us as an organization, but also how they feel supported. So that's important, and that's a good baseline for us. If we move on to the next slide, what this kind of articulates is what are the biggest barriers to sharing suggestions and bringing forward new ideas. The most common barriers you can see there with about 3 in 10 of those that responded was feeling workload pressures or a lack of time. So capacity challenges is how I would frame that. You'll see that there's a number of others, unsure if suggestions are allowed, fear of judgment, no barriers, et cetera. So there's a number of others that also kind of are next in line with the kind of the top of the list. But what it does do is it allows us to hopefully reduce these barriers and set staff and the strategy as a whole up for success. So that's important for us. If we move on to the next slide and we talk a little bit about objective and why are we here and what's kind of our goal with this. So as I said before, we want to build an organizational culture where innovation and continuous improvement are actively supported at all levels in the organization, focused on empowering staff to recognize ideas, recognize opportunities, suggest solutions, and ultimately contribute in a meaningful way to positive, well-intentioned change. Certainly the leadership team plays a critical role in that, as I noted before. And there's 3 kind of approaches that we see as being value add to help achieve that objective. I'll talk a little bit about each of those 3 strategies or plans in the next 3 slides. But as you can see there's a Share, Improve, Succeed program, there's a CEO coffee chat program, and then there's some corporate training initiatives that I want to talk a little bit about. So the first one is Share, Improve, and Succeed. So this is really a formal staff suggestion program where we encourage and make it easy and hopefully willing for employees to bring forward ideas to improve efficiency and operations. The process is identified in the more detailed strategy, but really allows us to seek that feedback from staff. We've identified some evaluation parameters, how we're going to make decisions on those suggestions that come forward, closing the loop and communicating with our employees that bring those forward. And then also we've proposed a bit of an annual recognition to hopefully encourage and celebrate and recognize great things that come forward through this program. The next one is our CEO Coffee Chat program. To an extent, this is in place today, but this is really kind of building upon what's in place today. So it's really about supporting two-way conversations, being upfront with employees about how those conversations may evolve and what the focus is, so they're feeling prepared and supported through that conversation. It may be staff initiated, but also maybe CAO initiated, just to kind of ensure some consistent engagement. And the goal here is to do 12 a year or 1 a month through that process. Very informal and very much a two-way opportunity to engage in feedback, ideas, and improvement opportunities with staff. The third one, if we move to the next slide, is really about corporate training that we intend on opening up to all staff, but also supporting staff through this journey with a strong focus on Lean Six Sigma training to support continuous improvement as an organization. Our goal is to meet the mark of 90% of basic level training over a 3-year period. Inevitably, it's not all going to happen in 1 year, which is why we've kind of targeted ourselves over 3 years. It's going to be designed in such a way to make it easy for staff, but also with the intent that we will create an online resource library outside and in addition to the Lean Six Sigma training that we as an organization want to embark on. The next slide talks a little bit about priorities and action plans and what does this mean and kind of what's that look like moving forward. So, the first piece is really about launching and developing that online form for the Share, Succeed, and Improve program where staff bring forward ideas. The second one is that CEO Coffee Chat program, which is developed, but I think we're going to see it bring it to the next level of maturity. The third is that corporate training rolled out to staff, as well as the learn as you go type resource library. And then lastly, just establishing a bit of a mechanism to track progress, monitor implementation, and then measure outcomes and report on the success of the overall strategy. The next slide talks a little bit about financial implications and what does this mean financially. So inevitably, there will be some level of investment required to see this strategy come to fruition and bring it to the next level year over year. There is a staffing resource that's being considered in the multi-year staffing strategy. And ultimately, through this process, there will be, it is essentially guided and driven based on our corporately approved budget that council approves every year. From a governance perspective, ultimately, my role to oversee implementation and the governance through the leadership team. And we may look at developing a bit of a working group to help us guide through this journey because we do want to see as much involvement and participation as possible by our staffing team. So the next slide talks a little bit about what does success look like. And so there's a bunch of bullet points up here. There's a number of different success indicators, if I can say that, really looking forward to having council buy into a new corporate initiative like this, providing support along the way. Success, there's a number of different kind of success indicators, but staff engagement, that culture of openness and trust, measuring operational improvements, some staff-driven ideas and implementation that comes with that, and then really just being able to ultimately lead to real tangible improvements that we as a leadership team and council can support and champion moving forward. The next slide talks a little bit about our community-based strategic plan and what does that mean and alignment. And again, it's really kind of supported through that. where we talk about promoting efficiency, effectiveness, and progressive leadership and future forward thinking, which to me is kind of a textbook alignment when we think about why we're here and what we're doing from this perspective. Your worship, that's really the end of the presentation, and I'd be happy to take questions at whatever point in the meeting you so desire.
Thank you, Mr. East. We're going to hold them for 14D because that's where the report is, but I really appreciate the work that's been done. I know a lot of work's been done by you and the team. I think this just exudes the excellence that you do every day. So thank you to you and the team that did the work on that. All right, Council, let's move on. Council, usually during a meeting, sometimes we have little containers of candy and goes around up here to help us out. But my colleague to my right didn't bring the candy tonight. And it would be cool if we had Cadbury cream eggs here, but I don't know if there's any here, but just making an observation. Council, let's move on. The next item is adoption minutes, but already confirmed that the following minutes of council meeting be confirmed and adopted and circulated. One for special council March 11th. Second is council March the 11th. I'll look for a mover, please. Moved by Councilor Wadner, second by Councilor Marchand. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll go for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. 13 is our consent agenda. We have nothing this evening. Matters for consideration. 14, we have several, Council. First one is regarding the public meeting we had this evening regarding the town dock. So for members of the public, this is a time where we're going to ask staff to come back at a future meeting and ask for a report to answer the questions that was presented tonight. So 14A is regarding that, Council. The motion reads that the staff report PL 2026-12 for the official plan amendment file number OPA 2022-01 concerning the adoption of the town dock secondary plan and master plan be received. I think that meant to say, and the official plan, and that any matters identified in report PL 2026-12 and at the public meeting be addressed in the future report to committee of the whole. It's moved by Councilor Roux, seconded by Councilor Marchand. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. The next items regarding the next public meeting we had tonight, Council, is regarding 25 Jeffrey Street, 19 Harriet Street. For members of the public, same kind of motion. We're going to ask staff to come back at a future meeting to address the comments that came forward at that part of the meeting. Motion reads that the public meeting report PL 2026-14 for the zoning bylaw amendment application ZA 42026 and the official plan amendment application OPA 2026-01 concerning 25 Jeffrey Street and 19 Harriet Street be received, and that any matters identified in report PL 2026-14 and at a public meeting be addressed in a report to committee of the whole. It's moved by Councilor Marchand, seconded by Councilor Vadabon-Kerr. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. The next item is regarding the next public meeting. Same process. We're going to ask staff to bring it forward. I think we've got the bylaw tonight. Yeah, I thought so. So the motion reads that zoning bylaw amendment file number ZA 3-2026 concerning 79 Wozniak Road be approved, and that a bylaw be passed to amend the Town of Penetanguishene Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2022-17 to enact zoning amendment 3-2026. It's moved by Deputy Mayor LaRose, seconded by Councillor DeRush. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that carries. The next item is regarding the Innovating Together Penetanguishene Path to Continuous Improvement Strategy. CEO Lee's just presented on that. Before I read the motion, I'm going to ask council if there's any comments or questions on that item. Councilor Roux.
Thank you, Worship. I find that both presentations were very informative and that all very useful tools in the future, and I'm sure that staff will be welcoming all these reports.
Thank you very much, Councilor Roux. Councilor Marchand.
I just want to echo the presentation on innovation. I think it's really great to see that we want to continue to innovate and be leaders in the municipal world and in that environment. And I really do appreciate there was an opportunity for all staff to be able to contribute and get a sense of where we're at today in terms of how they feel with bringing ideas forward. And it's a great benchmark that's been established. So then when you go back out and see if there's been an increased comfort in suggestions and bringing ideas forward and recognizing them, I think those are all important things. So really well done by staff and everybody who participated. So please relay that we appreciate that staff take the time to participate in these things, that when they do come to council, you know, we get to hear it, we see it, and we do appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilor Marchand. Further comments or questions, Council? Councilor Vadabon-Kerr.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I appreciated the presentation. A couple of things stood out for me was with respect to investments in our current staff. There were comments about talent investments and then investments in corporate training. And I think that those are very important, and organizations that I've been part of, I certainly championed that within organizations, is giving the opportunity for our staff to improve their skills and knowledge as they do their work and prepare for their next challenges. So I was really pleased to see that kind of woven into the presentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, read the motion that the Innovating Together Penetanguishene's Path to Continuous Improvement Strategy be received, and that the initiatives and guiding principles outlining the strategy be supported by council. It's moved by Councillor Roux, seconded by Councillor Marchand. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. I'm going to read the motion. That the draft agreement between the Corporation Town of Penetanguishene and Landmark Cruises Inc. be approved as presented in Attachment 1, and that the CEO and Director of Recreation Community Services are hereby authorized to make minor alterations to the agreement that does not substantially change its content, and finally, staff bring forward the necessary bylaw for council approval. Moved by Councillor Roux, second by Councillor DeRush. Council, comments and questions? Councillor Marchand.
Thank you very much for this report, and I was really great to see that we're working in collaboration with a really great service and a business that has brought in tourism and continues to thrive and doing well. And the fact that we could do this collectively, I think this is a great example. More and more, I think there's this reliance that we work collectively, private, public, in terms of providing these opportunities and supporting these initiatives. So I was really happy to see that, and I'm excited to see that this partnership hopefully continues to flourish. So I was really happy with that.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to let you know, when we discussed this at our section meeting yesterday, that was our number one thing that Councillor Leroux and I were saying. It was great to see that it's getting passed off to the right people. The right people are joining in. The collaboration point was absolutely huge. So it looks like it's going to be a win-win for the town.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. The next item, councillors, regarding the Joint Compliance Audit Committee. The motion reads that the Town of Penetanguishene participate in the Joint Compliance Audit Committee facilitated and administered by the County of Simcoe for the 2026 municipal and school board election, and that a bylaw be presented to council prior to October 1st, 2026 to establish and appoint members to the Joint Compliance Audit Committee with participating municipalities within the county. It's moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Waters. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Next item is regarding dedicated gas tax. Motion reads that the confirmation be provided to the Ministry of Transportation that the Town of Penetanguishene continues to provide ongoing public transportation services for the 2025-2026 year, and that the Mayor and Clerk are hereby authorized to enter into a letter of agreement with His Majesty the King and the Right of the Province of Ontario as represented by the Ministry of Transportation. And finally, the bylaw be provided for council approval. It's moved by Councillor DeRush, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. The next item is regarding the Succession Talent Pool Program. Motion reads that the Town Succession Talent Pool Program and the multi-year staffing plan be received, and that the continued implementation of workforce planning initiatives as part of the town's long-term sustainability and leadership development efforts be supported by council. We'll look for a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Roux. Council, comments and questions? Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you. I appreciate this report as well. I think the portion dealing with the succession planning, I think, is excellent. Again, there's discussion about investments in staff and preparing staff for their next opportunity. My focus is going to be on the staffing plan. I was surprised to see the number of full-time equivalents being proposed. as I'm winding up my second term here on council. When I got here in 2018, I heard anecdotally that, there had been a, somewhat of a staffing freeze, that in fact there'd been a reduction of staff. And since I've been on council, we've added staff. I think pretty much every year we've added staff, which is good. I heard those comments, and I felt it was important to get to a staffing level that I thought was reasonable. But I look at the organization and I've mentioned this at budget time as well, is that I keep thinking, okay, well, last year we approved this. We shouldn't have any more new staffing requests for a while. And it goes on the principle that, if you have an X and a Y axis, the workload goes like this, but your staffing levels stay stable, and then you increase your staffing levels to meet that workload, and then they stay stable for a while and they increase. But we've been on this increase. We've been adding staff. And when you look at this, the chart in the report, if you look at it, we're adding 12 employees over the next 5 years, and I really struggle with that, Your Worship. I really, I understand that staff went through this exercise, but when I look at the staff that we've added across the organization, I'm just very surprised to see that. And I think it was mentioned that this would be this is kind of a long-range plan, but it would be up for renewal every year. I'm struggling with, in 2027, we're looking at 3.3 new employees, after what we've just approved last year, and then the year before. And then following that, another 3.35. Like, it's just, it adds up to 12 employees. And the report is very thorough in the sense that it outlines what the tax rate implications are for over 10 years. And once those costs once you hire those employees, you basically have them. There's no, other than maybe contract employees, they're fixed costs in your organization. So I'll just wrap up by saying, as a municipality, Penetanguishene, there's about 10,000 population. We're not growing at a great rate. We are projected to grow. I've worked in municipalities that were fast growing and adding kilometers of roads, kilometers of sidewalks, new facilities, and we were adding staff just because the growth was exponential. But I don't see that happening in Penetanguishene. I don't see that kind of growth. The potential may be there, and maybe we need to think about that as the potential happens. But I'm finding it very difficult, Your Worship, just to get my head around and support what's being proposed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. Further comments and questions? Councillor Mershaw.
Thank you. I'm happy to see that we are seriously looking and thinking about succession planning. We have a labor market that continually fluctuates, and I don't think the ability to recruit in a municipal environment is the same as it used to be. Retaining staff continues to be a challenge, especially those with specific skill sets. So I think it's really important that we do the work, and so I'm happy to see that the leadership team and you've worked so collectively to really have that serious conversation and start this baseline discussion, because last month we didn't have this. The last year we didn't have this. One thing that is highlighted in the report, which I think is important, is really this is a framework and a suggestion, and it clearly states that any FTEs have to come to council through the annual budgetary process. We could easily say that, no, we don't agree that 3 additional FTEs are required for next year. But similar to zero growth or zero taxation, it all starts to catch up with you and you start to lag behind. We're a fairly lean municipality, and our staff do incredible work, but our staff is stretched. We saw some of the reporting tonight. People, some individuals feel they can't bring forward ideas because they're just strapped for time, so they're just kind of head down, buried doing that work. So we've seen some of that feedback as well. And so this to me is a guideline. It is a framework to work around. This isn't us approving, yep, we're saying yes tonight to the, a net new 12 to 14 FTEs over the next 10 years. It clearly states in our budgetary process that we review staff on an annualized basis, but organizations that stay flat also don't innovate, don't change, and don't progress as well as things change. So again, I think this is a great report, a lot of really good time and consideration going into this, and I think we need to invest in our staff and in the future of the town and where we want to go. So again, I think for me, this is not about approving all of these resources tonight. I did not read or interpret the report to state that, and it is still the privy of council to approve FTEs as they're brought onto the organization. Thanks.
Further Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. My stuff is more on the line of what Councillor Vanderboom-Kerr was discussing. When I look at this, I don't want it to go back to staff and then staff looks at it and says, well, geez, in 3 years, according to the plan, this is what I was supposed to receive. I didn't understand the matrix. I like the idea of us doing it, but we were a little bit lean, and then I think if you looked over the last 8 years, I think we've hired 9 or 10 full-time employees. So to say that we're going to add another dozen, I don't think that most people here understand the cost of that. That would be thousands of dollars per house as a rate increase just to cover that. So I want to make it very, very, very understood that it's unacceptable to look at it this way unless the finances come. If we only add a few houses, we don't really need to add any people. It would just be like any other business. If you're not growing, you're not needing. So when the time comes, yes, we could look at that. I would not want to see us have this hassle every year over and over at budget time saying, well, it was on the plan 3 years ago. So I just have a bit of a problem with it.
Further comments and questions? Councillor Drush.
Very much. I think we can all agree that over the last, long while, municipal services have changed a great deal. 25 years ago, they cleaned roads and they, they did the water stuff. That was very basic services. But now we talk about active transportation. We talk about senior services. We talk about accessibility services. We talk about additional snow removal. We talk about sidewalk maintenance. We talk about tourism. We talk about economic development. We talk about human resources and all of the demands that come with that. Those are services that have been taken on by municipalities because our constituents, our people, expect those levels of service. That's what they're looking for. And so over time, municipalities take on more and more. And, we're expected to float the boat with what we have. But if our communities continue to request these services, then we need to be realistic with how we're going to do that. And I think that I want to congratulate staff on being truthful about staffing pressures that they feel, because we cannot continue to deliver what we deliver without something coming of it. And again, if our community does not want to pay those, does not want to see any kind of increases, then we need to start looking at reducing our services. And I think that's the balance, and that's why councils are here, because ultimately we decide every budget time. But I think it's an eye-opener, absolutely. But again, I think we also need to realize that to offer the services we offer, we need to be realistic with our staffing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Further comments or questions? Councillor Waters.
I kind of like the report because it gives me an idea of what to expect in the future. To me, I see it as a wish list, and that this is what staff would like to see. However, as our Deputy Mayor said, we need to remember that it is a wish list. It's not carved in stone that this has to happen each year. Each year would have to be taken on the merits of that year.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Roux.
Your worship. Presentation is, to me, very effective. It's very difficult to foresee the future, and this report is showing possibility of foreseeable needs, not necessarily being the case. And like I said, foreseeing the future is not always easy, and foreseeing 30 matters, presentation themselves on an ongoing need and basis over the years. And in the end, council will always deal with the one-on-one need as matters present themselves.
Thank you, Councillor Roux. Council, I thought this was a great report. And why? We plan out our assets. We just talked about our fire truck. Like, we know what we got to replace for the next 10 years, but we've never looked long range to what our people needs and wants are. And I think this really gives us an eye shot what that is. Like, I think that's really great, and I want to thank staff for that. I think the comments tonight, like, huge appreciation for the work everyone does. I think these comments are just, you know, what's the cost implications and other factors, but it's nothing against what staff. I'm proud of the staffing enhancements we've done. I'm going to stand tall and be proud that we did the right things, and I'll continue looking that way. Council, I just want to just state for the public's purpose, tonight we had a meeting at 6:15, in our 6:15 meeting. We had 2 items that were dealt with and closed, and one of them was about our Chief Administrative Officer's annual performance review. One of the things this council has asked is a long-range staffing plan. We asked for that, and tonight we got it. So I think we can not like the results, but we asked for that, and it tied to our strategic plan. It tied to a lot of things that we've asked for to help us make informed decisions. So I don't think tonight, and I agree with my colleagues' comments, what's the cost? We're not asking for $1 million tonight to bring on 16 new FTEs. What we're asking is, can we agree in principle a path forward to help us move forward to have a good idea? And I think it's going to be further work. So, Elise, thank you for the work. And I know everyone in the organization helped, but thank you. Thanks for the team for the work that you've done on a regular basis and help us to understand and plan what the next 10 years can look like. Council, we've called the motion. Any further clarifying comments? Councillor Vadabonker.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on something you said there because, you know, I think having a long-range staffing plan is a great idea. Like, I think that's fundamental in an organization. My comment was I was surprised because of the investments that this council and the last council have made in adding staff, that the number of new staff that were being proposed. That's my comment essentially, because I think we've really conscientiously tried to support staff by addressing the needs that have come forward. Have we approved everything? No, but I think we've addressed most, and that was my point. So thank you.
I'll give a follow-up. The landscape's changing, council, as we know all the times. So 10 years ago, we did a partnership with Town of Midland for a fire chief, and for the last 10 years, we've had a 0.5 fire chief. We just increased it. Now we have a full-time fire chief here, and the firefighters tonight were telling me how great it is to have a full-time equivalent here. So I think we have tested different things. We have a new seniors active living center. Did that bring a new FD? For sure did. But I'll tell you, everyone's loving it. And the last thing I heard, we had almost 250 people sign up who are using our seniors active living center. So we are changing with the time, and I think we should be proud of the work that we're done. I've called the motion. We have a mover and a second. We're going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried. Councillor, moving on, next item is presentation consideration report from Committee of the Whole. So for members of the public, when council adjourns, we move into another meeting called Committee of the Whole. At that meeting, we address and we look at a number of items. We look at those, we make a recommendation to adopt a recommendation, to amend the recommendation, to defeat it. So that would have been done last month. We're at the point of meeting now where we listen to what we talked about last time, and we this time decide if we're going to hear it again, change the recommendation, approve the recommendation, defeat the recommendation. So it's basically a second reading for what we've already discussed, and gives a month for us to reassess what those are. I'm going to ask the committee chairs to present the report that we talked about last time. So that's what we're going to do now, if you're wondering what we're doing. It may be fast, but that's why. Okay, council, we're going to move on. I'm going to ask Councillor Vadabonker, Transportation Environmental Services section, please.
Thank you, Worship. I'll try to be brief. section was recommending that council consider 4 consent items, Midland Transportation meeting minutes, Midland Penetanguishene Transit ridership quarterly update, environmental services, wastewater 2025 annual report, and the SEPTES disposal and treatment options update. We dealt with 3 items for consideration. We dealt with the drinking water system summary report for 2025. We dealt with a report dealing with the disposal of surplus assets. And we dealt with the award of the Midland Penetanguishene micro transit request. And that was exciting because this was an RFP that the municipality issued with the town of Midland. And council or section was recommending that the supply of on-demand technology-based rideshare public transportation services be awarded to Great Lakes Transit, ULC, and that the municipality enter into a 5-year contract with this firm to provide this on-demand technology-based rideshare public transportation service in Penetanguishene using a hybrid fixed route microtransit mixed solution option. Oh, that's a mouthful. But let me just explain what that means. A hybrid fixed use microtransit system would include the use of a traditional transit route like what we see now that goes on a 40-minute or 30-minute cycle, plus the addition of a on-demand microtransit service that would capture the remaining transit ridership demand that is not serviced by the fixed route. This option provides the familiarity of the existing transit service while providing the efficiency, flexibility, and service coverage of a micro transit system. And in the report from the March 11th section meeting, it gives a comparison of the costs over the next 5 years and what we're currently paying. And it was noted that the municipality will be saving a substantial amount of money over the life of the contract. So we commented that it's not often that you deal with a modification to a service where you're improving the service that's being offered at a reduced cost. So that's being recommended for council approval. We also had some referrals, and we took 2 referrals off because they had been dealt with at the council meeting. So, Your Worship, moved by myself and seconded by the Deputy Mayor, were recommending that council approval the recommendations contained in the Transportation and Environment section report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vedabunker. We gave a little more background on that microtransit. We had some people here tonight that wanted to know about it, so I asked if we can give a little more context to that. So thank you for that. Council, you've heard the motion. Anybody wish to point anything for further comment or discussion? Hearing none, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor and opposed, and that is carried. Councillor Leroux, please. Recreation Community Services section.
Thank you, Worship. Committee of the Whole of March 11, 26. There were 2 items under consent. One was a Museum and Heritage Committee meeting minutes. The other was the Penetanguishene Public Library meeting minutes. There was 1 item for consideration, and that was the staffing consideration advancement of MERC roadmap at MERC activities and reporting. There were 4 items remaining under referrals. 1 was Truth Reconciliation. The 2nd was Gateway to Rotary Champlain-Wendat Park. The 3rd was Capital Plan for PHCC, and the 4th was a Community Use School. So it is moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Mayor LaRose that the recommendations contained within Committee of the Whole report related to the Recreation and Community Service section of March 11, 26 be approved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Would anybody wish to point anything for further comment or discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to council. As you guys know, I went on a bit of a rant about this last month, and instead of doing that tonight,
sorry, Deputy, can you just tell me which one you want to pull? We'll vote on the rest, and then we'll pull it out for
it's the staffing one.
The MERC one? Okay. We'll pull that one out. Does anybody have anything else you want to put for the comment or discussion? Okay, so we'll pull out the MERC one for further comment. We'll vote on the others. We have a mover and a second. We'll vote on the remaining. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Not a problem. So tonight, because we've heard so much from everybody else, I will go very quickly. I wanted to focus on why we are looking at this now. We just finished the budget a couple of months ago, and what has changed to warrant this position? We just finished a talk about a staffing plan and how the implementation and how we're going to look at it at every budget. We just did it at the budget, and for this job, we're not going to. So something that we just talked about accepting minutes ago, we're already saying, no, we're not going to do it. We need to follow the regular system. It's very, very important. I'm very serious about that. Last year, when you look at it, we only added probably around 8-9 houses. That nets us only about $30,000. According to the report, we're going to need a $160,000 a year budget. So that would mean that we would definitely have to cut services somewhere to fund this position or raise taxes. We already know that we're the second highest taxed municipality in the county, and I'm sure none of us sitting here want to go up to be number one. As Councillor Vadabon-Courier said earlier, when you add a full-time staff, it's a very expensive thing. Just for councils, wanting to know, this position would add up to $1 million over the next 6 years. So when you look at what we would have to tax to get that, just to do that one position, and all of that wouldn't account for any of the other things that we were talking about tonight that come up at budget time, like asset management, staff raises, gas, hydro, fuel, all our regular things. So I don't want to look at this in isolation. This is a big, big ask right after a budget. So if we're doing this to accelerate the MERC project, again, I would say that would slow the process down, because when we look at all the studies that need to be done and all the work that needs to get done, it would take away from that funding that would allow us to move forward with this project. So what I would ask tonight is, if we say no to this, send it back to staff, redo up the job description so it's a little more concise so we know what we're voting on, and bring it back to the budget, just like we just said in our staffing plan, in our strategic plan. That's when the time is to look at it. This position, with only having a few houses added in the last few years even, there's no it's not going to do us or our people a disservice if this does not take place. So all I would ask is that we say no to this tonight, bring it back, we'll have a go at it at section, bring it back to council, let it come to budget, and go from there.
Deputy Mayor, I'm going to open it for further comments, but are you putting a motion for, or are you suggesting just defeat the motion? Is that what you're suggesting, or are you bringing an amendment?
We can go either or.
I'm going to open up to further comments and questions by council, and then we'll look at a motion. Councillor Vadabon-Courier.
Thank you, Worship. I'm not going to repeat everything I said at the March 11th meeting. As everybody knows, I was quite torn with respect to this, and just so everybody knows, I did vote in favor of the recommendation. I know there was some speculation about my vote, but I did vote in favor. So those who bet on the opposite, they lost the vote. I did have a brief conversation with the director after the meeting, and I went back to our November 12th, 2025 report, where there was a recommendation that that staff return to committee of the whole with options to address staffing needs associated with advancing the MERC project. And council approved that recommendation. So council didn't approve, refer it to the staffing review committee, refer it, to the CAO for review about, it said report back to committee of the whole. So the report that came to us on March 11th was that report. And I struggled with it because it tied a bunch of other things into it, but I think it did that because the identified need was for 1.5 days per week. So you have 1.5 days out of a 5-day week. How do you fill that other time? Well, you've got other projects that could be undertaken. And that really confused me because there was a lot of focus on the other projects as opposed to the MRC. I think the MRC is a priority of council. My sense is that that's something we need to be focused on, and I think we need a dedicated resource to do that. It's what's the approach? Staff are recommending that we hire that resource and that person forms part of our regular complement on a go forward. I don't know whether we've looked at internal resources, whether we have internal resources that we could tap into for a day and a half a week. It sounds by the reports that we got earlier today that staff are already really busy and whatnot. So I don't know if that resource is available, and the expertise is available. But I'd like to think that maybe we could explore that to look at whether we second somebody for a period of time to work on this project and maybe backfill in that area for 18 months. One of the things that was spoke to at the November meeting and was tabled was the road plan prepared, roadmap, I should say, and capital plan prepared by Colliers. And it is a very thorough document and lays out the work that needs to be done. And one of the things, and I think it was Councillor LaRue talked about, the importance of being grant ready. And it talks in this report about being shovel ready, but it says shovel ready, grant ready. It's almost the same thing. And there's a number of things that need to be done. And I do believe that there is a dedicated resource needed to move this project forward to get us shovel or grant ready. And so I'm supportive of the recommendation. I also was delighted, Your Worship, to receive a communication from the federal government advising of a 10-year grant program for community facilities. And Councillor DeRush, you'd be excited about this too, because it's $6 billion. It's not 300 million. It's 6 billion in one stream and then 27.8 billion in another stream. And it's to fund community infrastructure such as new community and recreational spaces. That's one program. And the second, 27.8 billion over 10 years to fund essential local infrastructure such as community centers. So the grant program has been announced by the federal government. Obviously the provinces need to get on board, Ontario, but there's a grant program. And so from the standpoint in terms of us getting shovel ready, we need to get shovel ready. And by the work plan that was outlined by Colliers, if we follow it more or less, we'll be shovel ready by early 2028, if I read this correctly. So 2 years would have gone by in this grant program, but we still have 8 years to apply. And just from my experience, and Councillor DeRush may know this too, is they have the intakes, they consider, some of them get approved, some of them don't, then they have another intake and another intake. So if we're grant ready, we could be applying every intake, and hopefully we'll get money, because as we talked about last time, this project is going to be $60 million, and we're going to need a substantial influx of grant dollars in order to make this happen. And wouldn't that be exciting, Your Worship? So I'm going to support the recommendation, but I would like to ask that staff give some consideration to look internally to see if we have internal talent that we could second to oversee this project, and then maybe hire somebody to backfill in that role. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabonker. Lees, I'm going to ask you to address the staffing question that Councillor Vadabonker asked. I'm going to go to Council first. I'll let you think about that so you're not just thinking on the fly here. But Councillor Vadabonker asked a question about seconding somebody and backfilling what the internal capacity is. So I'll leave that to you to prepare. Councillor Marchand or Councillor Leroux, comments or questions?
Thank you, Your Worship. I go back to the Collier report. We know that there are quite a number of things such as the Memorial Park, trails, cycling, skateboard park that are being neglected and left behind because there's not enough time for staffing. And I think that we need this person to relieve the staffing matter. So I'm in full support of it, the report.
Lees, if you can please address the staffing question comment that came forward from Councillor Vadabonker, I'd appreciate that, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's a great question. I think it's a fair question and good comment. In the report, we do talk in the section, which I think is on about page 2 or page 3, under analysis, we talk a little bit about the recreation parks and trail strategy, as well as kind of that internal project management piece and the criticality or the importance of that. What I would say is, in a nutshell, we have given a good hard look at capacity internally in the organization in terms of, you know, the particular needs and competencies and skill sets required to manage this. What I would say is, in essence, we are backfilling. What we've identified here is that to allow the Director of Rec and Community Services to lead this project, in essence, we are leveraging this new role or a portion of this new role to help backfill some of that capacity. So in a sense, we have done that, maybe slightly different than what Councillor Vadaboncourt has looked at. What I would say is we'll continue to look at those opportunities down the road as this project evolves, but hopefully that helps address Councillor Vadaboncourt's question. I think it's a good question. I think it's a fair question, and we have and will continue to look at any opportunities that might present themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Lees. Council, this is a big topic. It's a big topic for the community. Lots have been done on this. Final comments and questions. Councillor Marchand.
I supported the motion last time. I'm with Councillor Vadaboncourt and I think others. We really want to move this along, and we want to make sure that this is successful and that there's grant opportunities that we get on board day one, not 2 years into it. And I'm going to support that we continue on.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want people to realize, as much as I think we're thinking with our hearts and not with our heads, we all want this to happen. We all want it to go and have a nice new one. A quick little thing in math will tell you that if we got 50% of the funding and mortgaged the rest, it would be a $960 per year per house for 30 years just to pay off the capital part. So is that what we really want to go down to? That's not new staffing. That's not this job. That's not new people or new hydro or new anything for the new building. Just to pay the capital program, $960 per house for 30 years.
Thanks,
this
Deputy.
is way too much, way too soon.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I too will support the motion tonight. I just want to go back just so that everyone has, I'm going to say, the facts. This council has made the multi-use recreation center a priority. We have said that. We asked staff to help us with that process, and staff brought forward a recommendation, and they asked us to engage Colliers. And we asked staff to get Colliers to get a report to us to help us with the last budget process. We started that process. Now, for the public's purpose, you can get this on our website. If you're not sure, reach out to staff, will help you out. But this came to council in the fall, and this Colliers report really helps us make this become a reality. Why? Because everyone has said to us, I want a walking track, I want a place to meet, I want a place to do X, Y, and Z. And the community's told us a priority, and we've heard you, and we said, we're going to make this a priority. Now, the other thing that's fact is we have not said every resident is going to be charged $946. I would say, from my perspective, and everyone here would never agree on saying, let's tax everyone this amount to put on our tax base. But what we have said is, let's set ourselves up for success. And one of the keys to success was doing these initial pieces. Councillor Vata spoke a while ago about being grant ready. We heard that. We delegated to the Minister of Sport and what's the other piece? Sport and Culture. And that was the big takeaway we got from the minister this year, was saying, do what you're doing. Like, you can't just come with your hand out and expect you're going to get a check, because you're not going to get it. Do the work that you're doing, aka the preparatory work we're doing right now, to set yourself up for success. I would argue we're doing that work today. We're not asking people to put in a bunch of money in a hat today. We're doing the prep work. We don't know if we're doing a 1 pad, 2 pad, 1 gym, 3. We don't know the details. What we're saying is, let's start doing the prep work to do there. What we've committed to right now is start the engagement work of getting this stuff to get to be a success point. And I think it's another point we've said strategically has been a priority for this council, and we're moving forward in that fashion. So, council, I think we're doing the right thing, and we all know it will come at a cost. And we're going to see when we get more reports come back, financial plan, otherwise, what that'll look like. And if the horizon moves out, it will. We've all had a chance to speak. We have a mover and a second on this, Madam Clerk. Okay, I'm going to call for a mover, please. On the initial motion, because I didn't hear an amendment. So on the initial motion, which was the committee of the whole report from last month, Councillor Roux, you're going to move that. Seconder, Councillor DeRush. I'm going to ask for any further comments and questions on the motion. Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That carries. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item, which is Planning and Development Services section. Councillor DeRush, please.
Thank you very much. The Planning and Community Development Services section had 2 consent agenda items. The first was the Committee of Adjustment Committee meeting minutes for September 29, 2025, and the second was the Town Dock ad hoc committee meeting minutes for November 25th, 2025. There were no matters for consideration, and only one item remains on the referral list, and that is 161 Church Street and its options for future use. As the chair of the Planning and Community Development Services section, I move the motion, seconded by Vice Chair Bill Waters, that the recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report related to the section be approved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Josh. Anybody wish to point anything for further comment or discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Marchand, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. For Finance and Corporate Service section, we had 3 consent agenda items. The first was the 15-year grant reporting overview report. The second was the outdoor digital sign policy. And the third was the annual remuneration report for council and board members. We had 2 items under matters for consideration. The first was the CCNC strategy and next steps. And the second was the procedural bylaw updates. We had 2 referral items. There was nothing added or removed. As the section chair and seconded by Councillor Waters, the recommendation contained within the committee of the whole report related to Finance and Corporate Services section be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Marchand. Anybody wish to point anything for further comment or discussion? I do want to pull the procedure by that. I just have a question for the clerk, but we'll do the same as we just did. So we'll remove that one, vote on the remaining. We have mover and seconder. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried. Madam Clerk, regarding the procedural bylaw, I know there's a report coming in the future. If anybody had more items they thought of since then, do you want that now? Can people reach out to you and give them to you? How do you want to get more thoughts and considerations since last time? Is now the time, or email, or how do you want that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would suggest that providing that feedback or suggestions right now, so that everyone, all members of council can hear, would be good, and that it's still an opportunity to incorporate that information into the report that will be coming forward in May.
Thank you. So, Council, I have 2 procedure bylaw changes I'd like to recommend. One is the council information package. Currently, the council information package is presented in committee of the whole. And there's been many times where we've had a CIP issue where we want to talk about it and we want to bring something forward. And when we go through our process, sometimes we want to respond and we don't get till the next committee of the whole, and then the council approval, it's already past its date. So if it came forward on council, if council pulled it and wanted to approve, say, a bylaw or another recommendation from the municipality, we saved 2 months if we felt that was a CIP. I think there's also some really good things on our CIPs. Just gets a little more attention from the public. So I'm just suggesting, can we put the CIP on council as opposed to committee of the whole? My second one is regarding proclamations. I've been thinking about this a bit because this is how we do it at the county. We have done several flag raisings over this term, and we'll do a flag raise and proclamation, and then 2 weeks later, council approves the proclamation. So what we do at the county is the warden in the county has the authority to approve the proclamation of flag raising, and they kind of bring it forward, kind of like our CIP at the next meeting. It's just, I just think a cleaner way than we do it, and then 2 weeks later, we're like, oh, can we approve what we just did 2 weeks ago? So it's just a thought from how we do proclamations and how we can bring that forward. That's feedback and comments. Madam Clerk, do you need more clarity on those?
No, absolutely. I will include those in the report that will come forward in May. Thank you.
Council, comments or questions or any other revisions or thoughts about the procedure bylaw? Councilor Mershaw.
Do we, and I apologize, I don't know the procedural bylaw that all of the intricacies, but tonight is an example. We have an extensive council package and we're sitting at 10:15 and we haven't even started committee of the whole. Nights when we have public meetings, which I understand in terms of requirements under the Planning Act, and then presentations and delegations, is there an opportunity that there's either limits or we look at the volume that is coming to council and committee? Again, understanding not to delay any processes, but when it's heavy like this, does that just go to the CAO to maybe say these things can be deferred to the next council meeting? Whereas, again, when we have everything combined and we are sitting at 10:15, we haven't even touched committee of the whole. If there was minimums or maximums, or how do we look at kind of how we set those agendas if we continue to do council and committee in the same evening?
It's a great question. I think it might be hard to do in the procedure bylaw, like to time limit. But remember, we did bring something forward, a recommendation we heard from some of our neighbors, that committee of the whole and council is all one. So there's not a double hearing, but we'll hear what that recommendation is. Council, you'll also recall there is opportunities to call special council. And right now, I believe the clerk's office reached out to a special council because we've identified that needing more time. And if we would add that tonight, we'd be here till tomorrow morning, like 4 o'clock in the morning. So that's why we're using the special council. I think your request, if we would have talked a little bit sooner and looked at the time, we probably would have said, let's move these three items and call a special council. But we'll let Madam Clerk look at that and see how we can look at the agenda management. I think it's a great point. Further comments and questions? Councillor DeRush.
I think I may have mentioned this the last meeting, but could we possibly look at time, have a good robust discussion around the time of our meetings?
That's a great one. And I know Madam Clerk has that too. And I know you brought that and some people heard there'll be pros and cons, but for sure. Further comments and questions about procedure bylaw. For members of the public, there's rules of engagement, how we conduct a meeting. So tonight we had the open forum. It's things like that. Anything else for council? Okay, we'll look at a mover and seconder on this, Councillor Marshall, and seconded by Councillor Leroux. Further comments? We'll call the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried. Council, we're going to move on. Next item, 16 presentations and consideration of the report. We have none. 17 notice of motion, which previously been given. We have none. 18 is notice of motion. Any council member have a notice of motion this evening? Seeing none. Consideration of bylaws. Does anybody have any comments on the bylaws before we read them? Okay, as per the strong mayor legislation passed by the province of Ontario on May the 1st, 2025, I'm Mayor Doug Ross, and you hereby decide not to exercise the power of veto. The following bylaws passed by the Town of Penetanguishene Council meeting of April 8, 2026, in accordance with subsection 284.11.4A1 of the Municipal Act. And they are that the following bylaws be enacted as bylaws of the Town of Penetanguishene, that they be read a first time, deemed to read a second, a third time, and carried. Bylaw 2026-16, a bylaw for lifting the holding provision for 79 Wozniak Road. Bylaw 2026-17, being a bylaw regarding Landmark Cruises shared staffing agreement. Bylaw 2026-18, being a bylaw to appoint a municipal law enforcement officer for summer student. Bylaw 2026-19, being a bylaw agreement for the transit gas tax funds for 25-26. Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Further comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Until probably November, the Mayor and Deputy Mayor serve County Council as your elected officials at County Council. There's 60 municipalities at Simcoe County, and currently the Mayor and Deputy represent you at County Council. At every council meeting, the deputy mayor reports back to you about the work that we do at county council. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. We had our last county meeting March 24th, and at that meeting, the last of the funding for 69 Harriet Street was approved. So if council will remember, the project is going to be slated to start this fall, and it has a budget of approximately $11.6 million. It's going to consist of adding a third story and 11 new units, an elevator, new windows, new doors, other modern improvements throughout the facility, including the HVAC, stuff like that. The one question that we weren't sure of last time when we were here, but it did get cleared up for us at the county, was what to do with the tenants while construction is going on. So as a tenant moves out of that building now, it is not fulfilled. So the county is going to move all the tenants out of that building to other county facilities in the area, perform their construction, do what they need to do, get the building all tuned up and nice and new and neat. And then if you lived in that building then, you get the first right to come back to your old apartment a few months later when the work is done. So we were very happy to hear that. And Sarah is showing us a picture right now of what it's going to look like. So when we look at that site, and you know, I'm sure we're all familiar with it, what it is and what it looks like, this is what we're hoping it comes to in 7 or 8 months. So that was our big one. The other thing I wanted to make sure that you heard your news is the mayor just alluded the province has decided to cut county council in half and go from 32 down to 16. The biggest change is going to be is that in probably 8 or 9 of the regions and counties throughout the province, they are going to be appointing a chair now. And that gives us some concern. So I'm hoping that council will look into that a little bit. And if any more news comes out of it, if we get a choice in it, I'm doubtful at this point, but I don't think that would be very good news for us. So that was the last of the update, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'll just add to the appointment of the chair. It's also strong chair powers. So same as strong mayor powers, the chair will get that, and those wardens and chairs will get those powers, which will come in force next term of council, so November 15th. Council, any questions for the Deputy Mayor? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to announcements and inquiries. I was just about to say that, and Councillor is ready to go up, so we might change the order a little bit tonight. Chief McNeil, welcome to the municipality. We're glad to have you. We've been doing all the talking tonight. I thought we'd give you an opportunity to say hello and maybe say whatever you feel that we would love to know about you.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, it's been a busy couple of weeks. I'm excited to be here. I spent 22 years of my career in Simcoe County, so it's nice to come back. Lots to do, and who wouldn't like a new fire truck 3 days into their job? So excited to be here. So looking forward to what the future holds.
Well, welcome. We're glad to have you. And hopefully you bragged to everyone about how amazing we are that you got a new truck 3 days in. Like, you should be bragging to everybody about
that. I have been. I actually sent pictures to my former deputy chief saying, haha, look what they got me on day 2. So
effective for like always, right? Thank you. Councillor Roux, I suspect you probably have an announcement or an inquiry.
Your Worship, they're not pleasant announcements. One of them is dealing with Ron Marchadon, our friend, as George pointed out, and it's the funeral details for Ron. He will be at the funeral home on Tuesday, April the 14th from 2 to 4 and 6 to 8 with the services at 2 o'clock at the Penetanguishene Funeral Home Chapel on Wednesday, April 15th. And the other is, again, a condolences to another longtime employee, Mola Fave, on the loss and passing of his mother, whose celebration of life will be at the Casey Hall, April 17th from 11 till 3.
Any other announcements and inquiries, Council? Councillor Vadabunker.
Thank you, Worship. I have an inquiry for the Director of Public Works, and we talked about this a section, but I thought I'd ask it here because I've been getting a few inquiries from the public, and it has to do with the damage to the street furniture and whatnot on Main Street. If you've gone down Main Street, you can see that some of the street furniture has been damaged, the benches, some of the little decorative boxes, et cetera, have been damaged. And people are wondering, A, how did this happen? And B, when is it going to be fixed? And C, how do we prevent this from happening again in the future? So I know the director has a response because, as I said, this was asked at section meeting. So I'd like to ask it here so that the public can hear as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vadabunker. Mr. Murray.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Vadabunker. We have noted these damaged areas, and we will be responding by removing the damaged benches from the main street. We've already ordered the materials for the replacement of those benches so that they can be repaired once weather conditions are favorable to do so. And also, obviously, speaking to our road staff to ensure that there's a plan in place so that future instances like these are avoided in the future as part of our winter operations.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Councillor Vadabunker, follow up. You good?
Yeah, thank you. Just, you know, you specifically referenced the benches, but there's all the decorative stone and all that other stuff. Is that included in that repair work?
Yes, that's correct. The stone repair work, concrete slab replacement would be all a part of that repair work.
Thank you.
Council, any further comment or announcements or inquiries? COEs, announcements, inquiries on behalf of administration.
Your Worship, nothing from myself. Thank you.
Before I read the confirmation bylaw and conclude this, Council, I'm going back to a comment you made a minute ago, Councillor Marcia. We've just about concluded Council. We still got to jump into committee of the whole. We got a big committee of the whole agenda. Here's my suggestion. Like, I think some people are getting tired. The clerk's office has reached out to ask you dates for a future special council. We have a topic we need to do in special. I'm suggesting if we all feel there's not a lot of fuel left in the tank because we all don't have new fire trucks, that we defer our committee of the whole and we move it to special council. We'll be having a special council before our next council, so we wouldn't delay the process. That's my suggestion. It might mean our special will be a little bigger and a little longer, but probably no bigger than tonight. I'm just mindful of the content what we've done, and I argue we still got a lot of material to go. So I'm looking around here quickly. You want to proceed through committee of the whole, or do you want to defer that to a future meeting? I'm not seeing Councillor Marcia comment.
Yeah, I would prefer to defer. I just don't want us to rush through decisions and there's a few things that I think there will be some further discussion on. And I know I have a series of questions on some of the reports. So I would prefer to defer given that it is almost 11 o'clock. As long as we're not delaying anything.
Yeah, a great point. I feel bad for our audience too, but it's possible some people are here on the 20th item and we got to wait, right? So any other members? Councillor Vadabunker.
I think Councillor Rush raises a good point. If there's an item here that our audience is here for, or there's something that's critical that needs to be dealt with, then can we deal with that and then defer the rest to that special meeting?
So, Councillor Vadabunker, I did talk to the CEO briefly. I believe there's a procurement of, I believe, a snowplow on our committee of the whole tonight. But I want to remind everyone, there's a two process. Just because we approve a committee of the whole tonight doesn't mean we go by it tomorrow. It comes back next month's council. So what I'm suggesting is, I believe May 3rd, we're looking at a special council. What I'm suggesting is we don't meet as a committee of the whole. We'd meet as a special council. So the plow, as example, will be heard at special council. It'd be done. There wouldn't be a 2-meeting process. We'd put on special council and it'd be done. The members are here tonight. We could put it on the agenda first thing. So unfortunately, you got a lot of entertainment. Well, I'm asking council, but what I'm suggesting is then it would come forward at a special council. Madam Clerk, we'll look at what they are. Maybe we'll make that the first item or second item. Then the decision's done. I'm not hearing a lot of opposition from, I'm hearing a bit of both.
If we can do it in a half an hour, we can do it. If we can do it in a half an hour.
Final thing, CEO, any comments from your team?
Not other than what I've already heard. And if the idea is to bring this to a special council, then realistically, there could be a decision a week sooner than what we might have if we go through the two-step process.
Okay, Councillor Vadabonker, and then I think we're gonna defer this, but Councillor Vadabonker.
Thank you, Worship. Was it possible to take a 2-minute break and just consult with the clerk and the members of the audience here to see what needs to be dealt with tonight and deal with that? You know, these people have been here since 7 o'clock and it's 10:30, and to be told at 10:30 that, oh, we're not going to deal with your item, I don't know if that's quite right.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Councillor Vadabonker. All I'm suggesting is we'd have to amend the agenda, because if they're on the 9th item on the committee of the whole, it's going to take time to get there to amend the, I personally would rather defer, but I don't mind us asking Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, what I'm going to ask you to do is clerk up if we stay or go, or if we suspend, we'll adjourn this meeting. When we go to committee, the worst thing we do with committee is we just end it, right? Whatever we need for language, as opposed to calling to order, we'll just suspend or do what we need to do. Enough discussion on this. Confirmation bylaw. That the confirmation bylaw 2026-20 be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerks. Moved by Councillor Marshall, seconded by Councillor Vadabonker. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried. I'm going to look for a motion to adjourn at 10:31. Moved by Councillor Roux, seconded by Councillor Vadabonker. We're adjourned on our council meeting. We're going to take 5 minutes to confer with our team. We'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll let everyone know if we're going to continue, proceed, pause, delete. So stay tuned. Wednesday, April the 8th, 2026 at 10:39 p.m. Before I read the approval of the agenda, Council, I just want to apologize to members of the public. I know we had lots of people here tonight who've waited patiently for hours for a couple committee of the whole items. So just for everyone's interest, committee of the whole meets after we hear an item in committee of the whole, comes forward next month, and council would hear the item and then make approve the recommendation or change the recommendation. So the recommendation, council, is I think everyone's getting tired and we don't know how much more steam there is, but to hear everything out, that we'll move everything to a future special council. So we have a special council coming up. I need everyone on council to follow up with the clerk's office because they've asked for your recommendation of date. So we're looking at first week of May. Oh, it looks like we have it. That's confirmed.
Sorry, Your Worship. I just wanted to reiterate that it would be prior to the May 13th regular meeting. Okay.
So we'll have a special council where we'll hear the matter that we've called special for. Tonight's committee of the whole matters will go on that special council. So they won't go committee of the whole to council, it'll just be heard on the special council, it'll be done. So council, the motion tonight for committee of the whole reads that the council defer the matters in the entirety from committee of the whole agenda of April 8th, 2026 to a future special council meeting taking place prior to the May 8th, 2026 meeting. I'm going to look for a mover for that, please. Move by Councillor Marshall and second by Councillor LaRue. I didn't even get to call it. Right?
Sorry, Your Worship. It's May 13th, not May 8th. It's a tired brain.
See, that's why that's the right thing. I'm sure you can correct the record for that, Madam Clerk. We have mover and second. We'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried. And I guess we need a motion to adjourn at 10:41. Moved by Councillor Water, second by Councillor Drush. All in favor? Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Great work tonight, everybody. I think we got a lot of great work done. Great dialogue. And have